This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Let's go! Rise and shine, people. It's a Thursday edition of the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser in for Jenks today, and we've got a great show lined up. We'll start by some of the changes MLB is making, including a new challenge system that could be starting to use during the All-Star game. Then at 6:20, we go on to the NFL, where the NFL Players Association not looking great right now. You should see some of the ESPN reports on what the NFLPA is accused of doing when meeting with the NFL owners. Then at 6:40, we go back to some NFL headlines, including the Commanders' new uniforms. I know this is going to be a hot topic in D.C. I will say they look very fresh, very clean, and very reminiscent of the times when the Commanders used to be good, and now they're good as well. So that should be fun to talk about over the next hour. PJ, good morning. I know the alarm went off nice and early, but I know you are always ready to talk some sports and sports betting.
I am, Chelsea, and you know what? This week and next week, I actually don't mind the alarm going off early because I have golf to accompany me in the morning. So these are actually the 2 weeks of the year where willingly I wake up early to watch golf. So we got the Scottish Open this week. We got the Open Championship next week. So it definitely made it a little easier. You know, coming into the studio, we turn on some golf. I made sure last night I bet some 3 balls this morning so I could kind of monitor that throughout the show, bet some first-round leaders. So, yeah, you know, 4:15 wake-up call definitely isn't easy, but to have some golf while we're doing the show is I'm looking forward to that today.
Ah, yes, I was watching some of the coverage of the Scottish Open against my will yesterday because we always have golf on, courtesy of my husband. Did you see Rory's hair? Like, I thought this was like the big scuttlebutt yesterday as everybody's dunking on Rory for, number one, he looks old these days. I don't know if it's the stress of, maybe it was before he won, the Grand Slam. His haircut looks a little, I don't know. Like, I don't know what he was going for here. But when he took off his hat, I was like, what is that?
I agree. He already kind of looks old to begin with, right? He's certainly getting a little gray, and then the haircut did him no favors. So, I mean, it's crazy. Rory's only 36, but obviously he's been playing for such a long time. He broke onto the scene at such a young age in his early 20s. Certainly, I'm sure the stress, not being able to win the Masters for 11 years and complete the Grand Slam, obviously took its toll on him. You would think now that he won that, it would relieve some of the pressure. But yeah, the haircut, I was with you yesterday. You know, there were a lot of people going on Twitter and making comments about how old that Rory looks these days, and I agree. He's the haircut did not do Rory any favors. I would agree with you.
Where do you think professional golfer ranks in most stressful jobs? I feel like it has to be up there. Like, if you look at the broader picture and say, okay, he's not saving lives, nobody's life is on the line. So maybe it's not up there with like surgeons or like emergency room doctors. But I feel like it's one of those jobs that like all of the stress falls on your shoulders. It's not a team sport. Everything's on you. I cannot imagine like having to make a putt for actual money.
No, I agree. In terms of sports, again, it's the only sport outside of really tennis, unless you're playing doubles, where you're out there by yourself. I mean, you have your caddy, but at the end of the day, you're the one hitting the shot every single time. I think when you go to other sports, you single out like certain positions or certain teams, right? Like certainly Dak has more pressure on him as the quarterback of the Cowboys than Bryce Young does as the quarterback of the Panthers, right? Or Volpe as the shortstop of the Yankees has more pressure on him than the shortstop of, the Milwaukee Brewers or whatever it may be. So I think for the team sports, you go by position, you go by team, but obviously with golf, with it just being you, I mean, Chelsea, how many times do we see? I mean, we saw with Rory trying to win the Masters, right? Guys won 5 majors, and he was trying to win it for the first time in 10 years, and he did everything he could to try and lose that tournament. So I agree with you. I think it's ridiculously nerve-wracking. You get nervous just watching them trying to finish tournaments. So trying to be in their shoes, trying to complete wins, especially when it's a major, I'm with you. I think golf probably is the most pressure on them of any athletes.
Yeah, even with the individual sports, because like track and field and like swimming, they're very individual, but also it's like you're going as fast as you can. It's not the coordination and the skill where you have to ride that balance of adrenaline and keeping your nerves like calm enough to execute these really, intense skills at the highest level. I would imagine it's something like surgeons, where they have to make those like really tiny cuts. I don't know if everything's by machine now, because you hear this all the time. It's like, oh, it's a robot procedure. But obviously, again, somebody's life is on the line for that one. But golf is very fascinating to me from that standpoint. And I think especially when you start playing golf yourself, you realize just how difficult it is.
Do you think it's the hardest sport personally? I mean, I understand the arguments I think hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do. But I think the sport of golf as a whole is harder than baseball is. Hockey's obviously extremely difficult too. I mean, they make it look so easy, you forget they're skating. I could definitely hear the argument for that, but I've always thought that golf is the hardest sport that there is.
I think golf is the hardest sport where there is no physical, bottom line. Do you get what I'm saying? Because like basketball, like you're not going to play in the NBA, and you're not going to play football. And you don't just play pickup football. Like that's not really a thing that like most people have access to doing. So I feel like golf is one of those things that, you can play it, but to play it well and the highest level, and more importantly, consistently. Because I feel like there are a lot of people who could play probably one really good round of golf, but to do it 4 rounds in a row and to do it all year long, that is really difficult.
No doubt. I mean, that's obviously is what has made Tiger the greatest of all time, or if not top 2, along with Jack Nicklaus, and why what Scheffler's doing has been so incredible the last couple of years. Because usually we see guys come in and, like you said, maybe have some success for like a couple weeks, maybe a couple months, but I mean, Scotty's been doing this a couple of years now, and he's been so dominant. He's been number 1 in the world for a couple of years. So like you said, you just don't really see this kind of dominance for this sustained period of time in golf all that hard. As we know, it just takes one bad shot, or it just takes one bad tournament where you suffer a brutal loss and it can absolutely derail you. I remember when Tiger won the Masters in 2019, Chelsea, he was in the group with Francesco Molinari, who was at the time was like one of the better golfers in the world, right? And people might remember that Masters. Molinari puts it in the water on 12. He puts it in the water on 15, and like you've never heard from him again, right? So, I mean, that's all it takes for some of these guys is they play in a tournament, they're having a great stretch, and then it's just one bad shot, one bad event, and then you never hear from them again. So, yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, golf, like, you and I, we play it a decent amount. It's ridiculously hard. These guys make it look so easy. So for guys like Scotty and Tiger when he was in his prime, for them to play as well as they did for so long, it's incredible to watch.
Yeah, so I figured I'd just throw out the leaderboard for the Scottish Open real quick since we're talking about it. So tied for first, you have Callum Hill, Jake Knapp, and Sepp Straka, all at 4 under. Callum Hill through 11, Jake Knapp and Sepp Straka both through 10, but it looks like a lot of people are at -3, some -2s. I'm not sure when the big names are teeing off because I'm not seeing a lot of them on here, or else they're just doing terribly. Before we move on, is there somebody you like for this tournament?
Yeah, so there were 2 guys that I ended up betting. The first one is Sam Burns, and last I checked, he was at 2 under, so I hope now he's down to 1 under, so fantastic there. I like Sam Burns, though. I also liked Adam Scott. Sam Burns has been, like, outside of Scheffler, maybe one of the most consistent players in the world this season. He has not lost strokes putting since the Waste Management Open all the way back in Super Bowl weekend in February. So he's been the best putter in the world. He nearly won the U.S. Open. He's been really good, and he's great in the wind, which is obviously always a factor when you get out here and play in Europe in the summer and you play in Scotland. So Burns was a guy that I was looking at, and Adam Scott was another guy. I usually like backing guys that play well in difficult weather, Chelsea, guys that play well in tough conditions, because that's usually the big defense for these Scottish golf courses, right? I mean, so many of them are 300, 400 years old. You really can't push the tees all that back and kind of calibrate it towards the modern golfer and obviously how far they hit it. So the big defense for these courses is if the wind picks up. And they were calling for some sustained winds this week. So, it's always tough to handicap these events, but I always tend to play on the safer side and look at golfers that tend to play well in difficult conditions. So I'm hoping it picks up a little bit. But Burns and Adam Scott were 2 golfers that I was looking at this week.
Yeah, and usually people are like, "Oh, Shane Lowry." I feel like Shane Lowry is like the autoplay when it's like if it's going to be raining or bad elements,
Yep.
they're just like Shane Lowry. But the reason I wanted to like pepper in a little bit of the Scottish Open because isn't the consensus like this is a good tune-up for the Open Championship? So I know there's a lot of people listening who are like, "Who cares about the Scottish Open?" I feel like this is a good one to pay attention to if you're betting on the Open.
100%. Because, right, I mean, we only get 2 weeks a year where all the big names are playing link-style golf courses, where they're playing out in Europe. We're obviously used to them playing on the PGA Tour in America with the kind of courses we have here over in the States. So, like you said, these guys aren't really used to it, especially the American players. I think the Europeans obviously have an advantage, the fact that they grew up in this stuff and they're much more accustomed to it. But like you said, I was listening to Scheffler yesterday, Chelsea, talk about the difference, and it's so fascinating. And listening to like interviews of like old players, Tiger was talking about it too. When you play on courses here in America, it's all about how far you can hit it, right? You're trying to hit driver off the tee. When you're in the rough, you're trying to get it as close to the hole as you can. Obviously, with links golf, you have the pop bunkers, so you have to be strategic, and then you can putt the ball from like 70 yards off the green and all these different things. So it's much more like creative style golf. There's many different ways that you can go about it, and guys can have the same lie but play different kind of shots. It's super fascinating, but to your point, like this is always a great tune-up for what you're going to see next week. So yeah, like for people that only watch majors every single year in golf and are kind of tuning out of the Scottish Open, this is actually a good one to watch, to your point, because it is a good tune-up for what you're going to see next week.
Yeah, and if you're already looking ahead, here are your favorites to win the Open Championship over at BetMGM. Scotty Scheffler plus 450, Rory plus 750, and John Rahm 12-1. All right, PJ, so I suppose we'll get to how our bets did last night, because we always do that in our first segment. So Jenks and I both were fading the Rockies in different ways. So for me, I was looking at Antonio Senzatella, and bless his heart, his stats are not good. Said, okay, we think the Red Sox are going to score at least 3 runs in the first 5 innings. That was my bet. Over 2.5 team total for the Red Sox in the first 5 innings. That was a winner. They finished with 4 runs in the first 5 innings, I believe. So that was the only bet for me. 1-0 night, but Jenks swept the board. 3-0 for him. Had the Reds first 5 money line, Padres and D-backs over 7.5, and the Red Sox run line. The Rockies finally do not best at us. They have been our kryptonite for most of the season, despite being one of the worst teams in all of baseball. So for the week, 2-2 for me. Jenks 5-3. The Donkster 1-1. All right, so a little bit of baseball news before we move on. So it looks like MLB is going to be continuing to experiment with the challenge system, during the All-Star game. So here's what's going to happen. A pitcher, a catcher, or hitter can ask for a challenge, and it has to happen almost immediately after the pitch. So I think this will have to do with balls and strikes. PJ, do you think it is a good thing that MLB is testing out some of these new officiating rules?
Yeah, I do. They obviously did this with the Ghost Runner. They tested it in the minor leagues to see how it would translate. I think that's been a really good addition to the MLB game in the regular season. Certainly the pitch clock, I'm a big fan of. I think that's made the game better as well. And I think this will be really good. I mean, anybody who's a baseball fan who watches the game most nights, there are definitely a lot of calls that the umpires miss on a night-to-night basis, and some of them are really pivotal. And it's going to be interesting, the strategy kind of behind the challenges, right? Like nowadays when there's a bang-bang play in the first inning, as a manager, you're like, all right, I mean, they probably reversed that call, but do I want to use my challenge in the first inning? This is going to be a much more gut reaction from the pitcher, catcher, or hitter, like you're saying. They really don't have time to step out of the box or step off the mound and think about it. They kind of just have to be like, no, that was outside. I'm going to challenge it. I like it. I think it's going to be interesting. I'm interested, though, like which of the 3 do you think is going to use this the most? Do you think that we're going to see the catcher challenge the most, the hitter, or the pitcher? Because I think that's what's most fascinating, is who's going to be the player that ends up challenging the most.
Ooh, I don't know, because I think all 3 probably have a good chance of it. I think catchers will do it the least, because I think catchers have a habit of trying to frame pitches. So they're like, we'll try to make this look like a strike. I feel like hitters will do it a lot. I do think that pitchers will do it a lot, especially like the veteran pitchers who feel more confident in doing something like this. But when I read this, I think my first reaction was like, just go to an automated strike zone, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's going to be interesting. Obviously Rob Manfred's taking a lot of heat, and rightfully so in his time as commissioner, but he has made some solid changes that I was just talking about. I think this will be a good one as well, but to your point, I mean, the automated strike zone I think makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah, just go to the automated strike zone. You don't have to challenge things. You will get
True.
it right every single time, and that's what we want. All right, coming up next, we'll have a little NFL headline roundup after the break on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome back. It is a Thursday. It is July 10th. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser in for Jenks today. In this segment, we'll examine some of the news coming out of the NFL that questions if the NFL has been colluding on contracts, which the players have a right to be questioning some of this information that's been coming out. All right, PJ, so we talked a little golf last segment, but I wanted to ask you, what are your power rankings of sports right now? Like, what are you watching and in order? Are you a baseball guy? I know you're at least partly a golf guy. Do you follow tennis? Do you follow the WNBA? Like, what's on your watching schedule right now?
It would probably be, that's a good question, because it would be the Orioles if they were good, but they honestly just piss me off most nights, you know? So it's usually like, it's probably golf, I think, at this point. Would be one, and then the Orioles two, with baseball at two as well. And then three, it just kind of depends on what the big thing is. So right now, obviously watching a decent amount of tennis at Wimbledon, that would probably be three. Catch the WNBA every once in a while, but certainly golf, baseball, and Wimbledon right now are definitely the top three. I would like for the Orioles to be one, and they have been the last couple years, but right now I think it's golf for me. How about you?
Well, it's not golf, even though I watch a lot of golf. As I mentioned, I am forced to watch it. It's definitely baseball number one, and I think it's baseball like spots number 1 through 5 for me. Because, like, there's just so many games. Like, we got the MLB package this year, so we can watch any game but the Reds and the Braves, which is disappointing. So I want to watch those teams. But they're blacked out because apparently I'm supposed to be able to drive to Cincinnati or Atlanta every day to watch their games in person, I suppose. But we watch a lot of baseball, which obviously my husband played baseball, so this is like an easy sell for him. I've been trying to find some WNBA games, and some of them you can't watch. It's the same problem as like the NBA, is that some of them you have to have like the package to watch them. So I've been dabbling in some WNBA. We like follow golf from a DFS standpoint. But I definitely don't watch tennis too much. Here's the only reason I was interested in Wimbledon yesterday. So I didn't know that Ben Shelton, who faced Yannick Sinner yesterday, is dating Trinity Rodman.
Yeah.
Have you been following this?
So that
I didn't know that this was like the new it couple.
I'll do you one better, though. I didn't know Trinity Rodman was Dennis Rodman's daughter. Like, I never put those two together. Like, the last name, I never knew that. I saw a TikTok, I think, on it the other day, and they, like, don't talk to each other. And it was one of those where you're just like, they have the same last name, but you never put it together that that's his daughter. And I was like, oh my God, Trinity Rodman is Dennis Rodman's daughter. So I did know they were dating. I knew that she was at all of his matches in Wimbledon, but I did not know until a couple days ago that that was Dennis Rodman's daughter.
I remembered following her because she's a really good soccer player. And I had seen this before. And now she's, you know, part of a power couple. And it's funny to me that she is just so impeccably dressed. And she always looks like so classy, which feels like a very stark contrast to what Dennis Rodman used to wear. You know, from being somebody who would like cross dress for like NBA games. Now she's sitting courtside at the All England Club at Wimbledon. So a far departure from Dennis Rodman when it comes to style, but not in athleticism.
Do you think, Chelsea, like for you personally, if you ever got a chance to go to Wimbledon, would the appeal be the fact that you're at Wimbledon and it's obviously like the Super Bowl of tennis and you get to see the best players in the world and it's awesome? Or would the appeal be that you get to run into a lot of celebrities, especially if you're sitting on center court? Like to you, if you were going, which is more the appeal? Like going to the actual event or the chance that like you could be sitting next to like Zendaya or Tom Holland or whoever the celebrities may be?
Yeah, I think because I don't know that much about tennis to like understand it, you know, at a, you know, basic level. Like I understand tennis, like here you have to try to hit it in bounds, but I don't understand it from a technical standpoint enough to enjoy like, hey, these are the best players in the world. I'm sure live it hits different because they hit it so hard. But it's one of those that feel like the upper crust of like the really bougie sports. Like I feel like F1 is in this, or
yes.
What has the race in Monte Carlo?
The one in Monaco. Yeah, the Monaco Grand Prix. That one.
Is that F1 or is that a
Yeah.
different?
Is that Denton's
Okay.
shaking his head.
See,
Yeah.
clearly
F1.
I don't know.
Yeah, either do I. But yeah, that's F1.
But
Yeah, that's a
those
good
are the
one, too.
sports where, like, I understand that football players like make a lot of money, but like this is like the European upper crust, and it feels like the bougiest of the bougie is like the people who play tennis and the people who do like F1.
No, I'm with you. So I did end up going to Wimbledon. I think it's been 3 years now where I went out there. And when you go to Wimbledon, what's really cool is you can get tickets the day of. They have the queue where you can get there super early and you can camp out, or you can just get there at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., wait in line. And it's just total chance of how many people show up that day. And depending on how far up you are in line, they give out tickets every day to all the different courts, right? So let's say like the first 400 people in line get a ticket to center court throughout the day. And then the next 500 people get a ticket to court 1 and like all these sorts of things. So, I mean, I got there at like 4 a.m. in the morning, hoping that maybe there would be a chance I get on center court or even court 1, and we got tickets to court 2. So, unfortunately, we didn't get to see any celebrities, and you don't get to see any celebrities like walking the ground. So, unless you're in center court and you're obviously pretty close to the court, there's a chance that you're probably not going to sit next to a celebrity, but the chance that you do, it's pretty cool. Like, I always watch the Wimbledon final, the men's final and the women's final, and I always think, like, all the celebrities that are there, like, how cool it would be to just, sit down and, like, there's Brad Pitt right next to you. You just get to have a conversation with Brad Pitt for 4 hours, and there's nothing he can do about it because he's there to watch the match, and you are too, and you're just, making a new friend.
I feel like it's kind of intimidating that you have to dress nice, though. Like, doesn't everybody wear all white? Imagine you go there.
The players do. The
you're
players
like a
do. You
graphic
can wear whatever you want.
t-shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, don't be that person. You gotta dress a little nice. The players have to wear white, but like you can wear whatever you want.
I know, but you look in the crowd and it's mostly white. Like, it feels like a lot of, paler shades or like really classy outfits at Wimbledon. So if you're betting on Wimbledon, BetMGM has a nice little odds boost token for you. Go for the ace with your next Wimbledon bet. Use an odds boost token over at BetMGM to score a bigger payout if your bet hits only at BetMGM. All right, PJ. So I'm trying to land on where I make what I make of this next headline, because I've always had it in my mind that the NFL Players Association is not one of the better ones in sports. And I come from a background of, like, my husband played baseball. I feel like the MLBPA is one of the best in sports. I feel like, when a guy gets hurt, he can't get cut most of the time. But the NFL, it is tough sledding, it feels like to me, compared to baseball. So this kind of goes in line with that. So apparently there are new sources, and we saw this pop up a couple weeks ago because the podcast Pablo Torre Finds Out kind of brought this to our attention, that the NFL PA and the NFL owners are allegedly could be colluding on guaranteed money in contracts. So this all stemmed from the Deshaun Watson contract back in 2022. And so this new report is alleging that the NFL and the NFLPA is trying to keep guaranteed money down or away from some of these contracts. So this could have affected some of the contracts that happened since then. Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, and Russell Wilson, all were contracts that have been negotiated since then. So let me ask you, PJ, is this a big deal, a small deal, or a no deal? I don't feel like no deal is even an option here.
Yeah, I think it's a small deal, to be honest with you. Like, it's really not all that surprising. I mean, we know the NFL preaches player safety, and they've certainly, like, for the game of football itself, they've obviously made all these rules and penalties to take away from some of the bigger hits that we saw 20, 30 years ago. But the stuff behind the scenes, I mean, just look at what they're doing in the college game too, right? All the extra games that these guys have to play. I mean, it feels like every year the talk picks up more and more about how these teams are going to play games overseas every single year. We're going to start having games out in Japan and Australia, whatever it may be. So, I mean, it's all about money at the end of the day. So I don't think it's too surprising that there might be some collusion between some of the higher ups, the NFLPA, some of the owners, right? And even though on the field maybe it looked like they're going the extra mile to protect the players, like behind the scenes and everything, it's all about the money. And I don't think that's really going to change anytime soon, because not only are you seeing the NFL, you're seeing it in the college game too, and how many more games these players are having to play.
I think the disappointing part is the secrecy and hiding this from the players, right? Because if they weren't doing anything they weren't proud of, like, they wouldn't hide behind closed doors, especially when you're the Players Association and you're supposed to be for the players. So this, for me, would kind of eliminate some of the trust I had in the NFLPA. If I'm a player and I hear this, I'm like, what else are they doing that we haven't heard about, that somebody hasn't unearthed? Because isn't that the question when, you find out somebody's lying? It's like, what else are they lying about? Yeah. So if you're a player, does this make raise a few red flags?
I think it does. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, at the end of the day, you just want transparency, right? You just want communication of what's going on. Like you said, I mean, they should be for the players, and if this is true, it definitely feels like they are not, by not letting them in on this. So that's definitely a big part of it as well. If this is true, the fact that they're keeping this stuff from the players, and like if you were in their shoes, right, you would obviously want the truth, and you would want to make sure that all the negotiations that are going on, that you're being kept in the loop.
Yeah, it just makes me, as a parent, like, obviously I don't have a son, but everything I hear about the NFL, I'm like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be playing football, because it just feels like everything is just so difficult from the physical standpoint, from the CTE, from like the lack of guaranteed money now. Like, I know guys make a lot of money, and like, these guys that are on the high end of the salaries are not going to be hurting for money, but you get what I'm saying. It's like their NFLPA like seems really weak compared to some other sports. I don't know. And it's like the shelf life is so short. I feel like if I had a son, I would be steering him in the direction of other sports.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? It feels like baseball is definitely the way to go. Golf, definitely the way to go. Both those sports extremely hard. Yeah, I'm with you. I've always said if I could be anything in this world, like any profession, it would be a professional golfer. Like, I just think, non-contact, you get to play forever. If you're obviously great, you get to travel the world. I've always thought that's the best profession. Obviously, with the guaranteed contracts in baseball, that's really good too. And being an NFL player is awesome. It obviously takes a tremendous toll on your body, and obviously with some of the shady stuff that goes on behind the scenes with the owners and stuff like this, it doesn't make it a great business sometimes. But yeah, Chelsea, I'm with you. Golf, to me, I've always thought it's the best profession for an athlete.
Yeah, but counterpoint, like, you actually have to earn your money. In some of these other sports, if you con the right person, you can get a big contract.
True.
And then either like nurse injuries and like, oh, my oblique's torn. I see this all the time in baseball. Like, guys get hurt and you're like, all right, this guy hasn't played since when? And he's still on the team. Like, in golf, you have to win money at tournaments, right? There's not like a huge base pay.
There is, but I also like that as a golfer, you can kind of control your own destiny to a sense, right? Obviously, in the NFL, like, you might just get a rough draw where you get drafted to a really good team behind a really good player. Maybe the coach doesn't like you, whatever it may be. I mean, when you're a golfer, right, like, you're controlling how you're playing, and how well you do, how fast you move up depends on your game. So all of them are hard, and certainly with the NFL, it's just like you just have to go from high school to college to the NFL for most time. Golf, you have to do all these other things, Q School, Korn Ferry Tour to get to the PGA. But I think the fact that they can kind of control, to a sense, more so over NFL, like how quickly they progress and how high they can succeed in golf, I think makes it a little bit more appealing as well.
Or I suppose if you do want the guaranteed money, you can go to the Live Tour.
True.
Some guys go that route and play it a little bit more safe. All right, so the NFL execs, coaches, and scouts have ranked their top 10 defensive ends. It is the summer, and these are the topics that we're talking about.
Yeah.
All right, so most of the names on this list are not surprising. Number 1, Myles Garrett of the Browns. Number 2, TJ Watt of the Steelers, who is currently trying to negotiate a new contract. Number 3 is Micah Parsons of the Cowboys. Max Crosby of the Raiders clocks in at 4. 5, Nick Bosa of the Niners. And 6, Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals, who's also angling for a new deal. I was kind of surprised to see Trey Hendrickson number 6 on the list. Like all
Same.
these names above him, like I'm not going to sit here and argue with NFL executives, coaches, and scouts. But for somebody who has the numbers that he does, this was kind of surprising to me. So maybe the Bengals will add this to their ammo, saying, hey, you don't need all this money. All right, coming up next, we got to switch gears to Uniform Watch. The Commanders have a new one, and it is glorious. We'll talk about it next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, off and rolling. In this segment, we're going to do a little uni watch as we react to the new pictures of the Commanders' new but retro uniforms. So, PJ, before we get into some of these headlines, are you a big uniform guy?
Not really. There are certain ones that I really, really like. There are certain matchups that like jump off the screen where like I'm watching there and I think to myself like, "Oh, that's a good jersey matchup." But I'm not one of those, fashion people when it comes to sports that are like singling out the jerseys or anything. Certain ones I like, but overall I would not say I'm a big jersey or uniform guy.
I think I'm a legacy person to where when I turn on the TV, I want to know who the team is immediately. And so I like the uniforms who kind of stick to the roots. And as somebody who went to Alabama, like, do you subscribe to that theory as well, where you stick with, especially the teams that have history and championships behind some of the colors they wear? I want to see those uniforms.
Totally agree. Especially in college sports, especially with the marquee brands and organizations in professional sports, right? So, like, if the Yankees ever change from the pinstripes, could you imagine? Or, like, if the Cowboys ever change from the star? Like, those kinds of things, the Packers with their logo. Like, there are certain sports franchises that just can't change their jerseys, their uniforms, their logos, those kinds of things. So I agree with you. I think the legacy is a big part of it. I also agree that when I turn on a screen, I want to know who is playing, the teams that's playing. Also, the thing that bothers me, Chelsea, is when I'm turning on a sporting event and the graphic icon, like the color, doesn't match the jersey of the team that is playing, especially in a sport where I'm not familiar. So, like, in soccer, if a match is going on and, like, the team is wearing a white jersey and the other team has, like, the graphic of, like, a white logo up, like, that bothers me. Like, I want it to all be in comparison, in connection with one another. So those kind of things bother me a little bit, but I am with you. Like, when it comes to college sports especially, or some of the big brands in professional sports, I like it when they just wear their uniforms, jerseys that they've been wearing for years and years.
Yeah, I'm a traditionalist, and I think like the NBA loves to do like the weird alternate jerseys, which I feel like is fine during the regular season, but don't put that ish on during the playoffs either. Like, I think it should be limited to the regular season. Like, I don't want to see the Nuggets clinch, a trip to the Western Conference Finals while wearing like rainbow uniforms. I just don't want to see that. Like, it's fine during the regular season. There's a time and place for it because there's a lot of games, but not during the postseason.
I'm with you. The NBA's they're doing that with their courts too. There were some playoff games where they would go with like the courts that we saw during some of those in-season and I'm like, guys, it's the playoffs. Like, can we just go back to like what it is now? So that's a good call. I'm with you. The NBA's definitely starting to take pride in that. Luckily, some of these other sports aren't quite going down that path. Obviously, the NFL have their weeks where they do the ultimate uniforms and alternate uniforms and those kinds of things. But yeah, for the playoffs, I mean, we got to just throw it back to the old school, just have it the way it is with the teams wearing their regular stuff.
Yeah, here's my final uniform take. I feel like I'm very traditionalist with the exception of a couple teams because it feels like changing uniforms is their brand. And that is the Seattle Seahawks, who always have like weird neon colors, and the Oregon Ducks, because they've made a living off 1,000 uniform combinations. That's fine if they do it because that is their brand. And obviously they have the supplier out there to give them all these cool jerseys. But for everybody else, it's a no from me. Like, those are the two teams I don't mind it coming from. Everybody else, I want traditional.
I think that's a good call. I'm trying to think if there are any other teams that I think of Oregon's obviously the big one. I mean, they're Nike. Yeah. They change their uniforms constantly. So that's a good call. Seattle's another good call. Would you throw the Athletics in that boat? I mean, I feel like they're kind of changing their uniforms a lot. They go from like the green to like the yellow. They do a bunch of different things. Obviously, it doesn't help. They're obviously changing, cities and all these different things. I think you're right, though. I think those are the big two, probably Oregon and Seattle. We're probably missing one or two off the top of our heads, but I think those are the top two.
I think for the A's, it's like nobody watches the A's anymore. So like most people be like, I don't really know what uniforms they use. But it goes back to, the historic years for the A's for me is that I want to see the traditional ones that they wore during like the Bash Brothers time. Like I want to see those uniforms because it's reminiscent of that time with Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire, and what that era meant to A's baseball, because this current era is not meaning much to me.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, you could even go the era too with like when they were winning World Series, like with Ricky Henderson and Raleigh Fingers and those guys. I mean, the A's have a great history. So I'm with you. Teams like that right now aren't very good. They aren't thought of as like some of the biggest brands in their sports. When you did have a great time when you were winning a lot, they should wear those jerseys. They should harness some of that great time that they had a little bit more than they do.
Yeah. All right. So we'll get into our reaction for the new/old Commanders uniforms. So obviously you guys are in DC. You, Denton, Jenks, who obviously is off today, PJ Glasser filling in today. But the Commanders did their uniform reveal yesterday. And I saw this and I didn't have as much of a reaction as I think people locally do, but also I am not somebody who grew up following Washington and the Redskins, because this looks like the old school Redskins uniforms, does it not? With the exception of not having the logo on the helmet. So PJ, what are the differences you see here? Like maybe it's the font of the letters, which is more retro. It's just like the gold outline on the burgundy number, but it just looks more clean to me. Like it looks like the clean version of what they had last year. Do you have a big reaction to this?
I don't. I'm interested to get Denton's take because obviously that's his team, so he would definitely know the best of the three of us. But kind of everything that you were just saying about you like teams that where their old stuff, you like the legendary stuff. That's what I immediately thought of when I saw the picture. Was Washington is going back to the uniforms that they grow up with, where living in this town, obviously they talk about, the glory days with Joe Gibbs and winning those Super Bowls and Theismann and Riggins and those kind of guys. And there's a good shot there from Dylan. Anybody watching on YouTube or Twitch or on the BetMGM network, you can see the difference, obviously, in the lettering, in just the color scheme as well. But yeah, I mean, that's what it made me thought of, was those old Redskin teams and trying to change that. Obviously, they understand. They have a great young quarterback, Jade Daniels. The fan base is rejuvenated. They're excited. I mean, there has been this much anticipation for a Commanders season maybe since I've been alive. So there's obviously a lot of excitement, and I think ownership recognizes that, and they're trying to bring in the younger generation with the older generation that experienced all those success with those Super Bowl teams, and they're trying to kind of bring that feel back and those jerseys back. So that's what I kind of thought of, was they're trying to bring the younger generation of Commanders fans with the older gap that experienced all that success with the team.
It almost feels like now they deserve to wear these uniforms, right? Yeah. Like sometimes I feel that when I see like the best uniforms on some like teams that are really bad, like the creamsicle Bucks uniforms, like the years when like Jameis Winston was like throwing 1,000 picks. You're like, man, they don't deserve to wear those. All right, Den, I know you have an opinion on this. Get in here. What do you think of the Commanders' new uniforms?
They're beautiful. They're everything that we have wanted. Dylan threw that picture up. It's important. I'm going to do my best, Chelsea, to pluck you from Nashville and put you right in the heart of D.C. There's a bunch of idiots. Well, first of all, on the left, you see a failed number 2 overall pick. On the right, you see a successful number 2 overall pick. But I'm just being petty. It's important to point out that there were people who were a part of the change and the rebrand of the team that told us the color on that left was, in fact, burgundy. And to quote one of my favorite sayings of all time, a Chrysler 300 looks like a Phantom until a real Phantom pulls up. You see real burgundy on the right. You see some ugly cherry-ass red on the left. Those are two completely different colors. So this that they brought back yesterday is what we have been clamoring for as a fan base. We never wanted to lose the colors. Most of us who are at least intelligent understood the name was never going to stay, but you didn't have to strip our colors away from us. This is a round of applause to the ownership group, people that understand what the fan base wanted, and a double middle fingers to all the idiots that gave us cherry red and called it burgundy.
Oh, Nicely said. Cherry
Yeah.
red, cherry ass red, I think was the first way that you put it. But you're right. It just looks like the stronger version. Like, I don't like the ombre stuff. And I don't even like when teams try to go like futuristic looking. I think the Titans try to do this. And you're just like, just keep the main thing, because think about the optics of uniforms. Most of the time, you're not looking at them close up. You are looking at them on a TV screen. So I like the stronger colors. I like, the less details. And think about all the history, especially like in the NFC East. Like, think about the Cowboys and Washington. So again, I like the history and the tradition of keeping those uniforms alive. PJ, back to my last point. Do you think teams should deserve to wear certain uniforms? Like, do you ever think there's like, because for the Titans here, like sometimes they're like, oh, let's wear the Oilers uniforms. I'm like, let's not do it while Will Levis is our quarterback. I feel like this is a slap in the face to all the history there. Maybe we wait until we're not the worst team in the league.
I think they can. I see your point, but I also think it's fun for the fans to see those jerseys. We're going to get into our rankings a little bit later on in the show, and like some of my favorite jerseys I love when the Broncos wear their orange with the blue helmets, and the Broncos obviously haven't been great for a while, but I just feel like we're getting robbed as fans when like some of these teams don't wear some of their color schemes or some of their great jerseys. So I understand your point, but I also think you're robbing the fans when you don't wear some of those old color schemes that those teams would used to wear, because they're just great to look at. And to your point, it just like kind of brings you back, and you want to see some of these teams wear their color schemes that either they wore when you were a kid or just made you think of like some of the great days of their franchise.
I guess the counterpoint would be when you don't have anything else to be excited about, at least you can say, hey, I can go to the team store and at least this uniform looks cool. The team is absolute trash, but we can at least watch the uniforms. So maybe that's the perspective I need to have about my Titans, unless Cam Moore delivers us from the cellar. All right, coming up next, hour 2 of the show starts off with the MLB panic button. Should the Dodgers be panicking? That's next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser in for Jenks today. And if you like baseball, we've got you covered in this segment. I understand that people love to say, it's the dog days of summer. There's nothing to talk about. Oh, well, we're smack dab in the middle of baseball season. And your girl is a big baseball fan, so this is our prime time of year to talk MLB. And we're going to do that in this segment by playing MLB Panic Button. Which teams should be pressing it now? Which teams need to be a little bit more patient? And which teams need to make some big moves during the trade deadline in order to keep their hopes afloat of winning a World Series. So, PJ, I was just asking you this, and during the break, I've been watching this on repeat. Jack Caglione of the Kansas City Royals, the much heralded rookie, hit a 466-foot bomb last night, the fifth longest of the StatCast era at Kauffman Stadium. My goodness, is it a thing of beauty? I think if you are driving or something, obviously don't do this now, but if you want to see one highlight from yesterday in Major League Baseball, this is the one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it was an absolute bomb. I watched some Cags games at Florida, so I know what kind of power he has, and obviously those were with metal bats, so now seeing what he's doing with a wood bat is kind of incredible at the major league level. He's going to be good. It obviously has taken him some time to adjust to the major league game like it does most players, but once he gets comfortable and if he connects with the ball like he did last night, he's going to hit a ton of deep home runs in his career. And, we were talking off air, it's a shame that he's not doing the home run derby, because this is what Major League Baseball needs, is they need their superstars and they need their young up-and-coming stars to compete in the derby. I mean, they're the only sport going on during the week when it's the home run derby, right? I mean, Wimbledon's going to be over, and you haven't quite reached the Open Championship yet for golf, so it's really just baseball. That's why you have the ESPYs the day after, because there's nothing going on in sports. So it's a great opportunity for them, with really the only sporting event going on, for them to highlight and showcase a lot of their best players. I understand why a lot of guys don't want to do it. But yeah, let's hope that we see Cags in the Derby sooner rather than later, because it'd be a sight to see, to watch his power. I hope that when it does return to Baltimore, that Cags is in it as a left-handed hitter, so that maybe we get to see a ball hit the warehouse.
Yeah, because these are the type of guys you want to see in the home run derby. The guys who hit moonshots. Like, I don't want to see the guys who are just like barely hitting a line drive.
Right.
Out of left field. Like, I want to see the guys who hit like tape measure shots where you have like the measure on them and it's, the longest home run of the StatCast era. So you're right. Jack Caglione has not been the best for average hitter this year. So there have been questions about him because he's hitting 151 with a OPS of 491, which is not good if you don't follow baseball. But still, he's one of those players you still want to watch. It's similar to like in the NBA. If you watch like Anthony Edwards dunks, like it doesn't matter like what his shooting percentage is. And I'm not saying he's a bad shooter. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying for somebody who's actually watching the game, like this is the highlight that you want to see. And this is what helps grow the game. Because like some of these things you can see in the numbers, and baseball is a big number sport. Like they love to like, tell us the launch angle. And I'm like, listen, I like baseball. I love baseball. And I still don't care. Like, do you care about all these advanced numbers that they're trying to like, lay on us? They're like, you can see all of the numbers and angles. I'm like, I don't care about, what is it? The velo or the bat speed or what's the one that I'm looking for? It's like 115 miles an hour off the bat. I'm like,
yeah,
I don't care.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's like, the velocity or whatever it is. I'm with you. I just like to see majestic home runs. I remember when Mookie Betts did the home run derby like a couple years ago, right? Mookie's an awesome player. He's a Hall of Famer, but just like not a guy you want to see compete in the derby, to your point, because
he's my size.
Yeah, and he doesn't, hit like these crazy, insane home runs. Jose Ramirez did it a couple years ago. Like, these are awesome players, just not guys that you want to see in the derby. So hopefully Cags does it here soon. Hopefully he stays healthy. Because, I think a lot of people are going to start to see that, I mean, when this guy connects with the ball, Chelsea, he can hit it as far as anybody in the league.
Yeah, it should be noted that Salvador Perez did have 2 home runs in that game as well, including the game winner. So we do mention the guys who are actually, winning the game for them as well. But still, a highlight you need to see if you don't know who Jack Caglione is, familiarize yourself with him, because I feel like he's going to be a name in MLB that you will want to know, if nothing else, for the tape measure shots. All right, so we're about halfway through the season, so we have a good sample size, because sometimes with baseball, I feel like you always have to exercise some patience because it is 162 regular season games. But as we said, there's some teams that maybe are raising a few red flags. And let me start off by mentioning the Dodgers. They have now lost 6 games in a row. Just got swept by the Brewers, I believe. And one of those games, I understand, Jacob Mizorowski throws at 101 miles an hour, struck out 12 Dodgers batters in just 5 innings of work. But the Dodgers have all kinds of injuries. Not only are they losing games, they have over $110 million of their payroll on the injured list. And the worst part is a lot of it is pitchers. So right now they're really struggling with pitching depth. Ohtani is carefully being added back to the mix. He's not on a full workload, but still he is a part of the rotation. So PJ, let me ask you, on a scale of 1 to 10, where should the panic meter be for Dodgers fans?
Oh, at a 1. I mean, I'm not concerned in the slightest at all for the Dodgers. Maybe you can put it at a 2, just because you are concerned that maybe Blake Snell doesn't come back. Yeah, I mean, they're so loaded. And like you said, I think you have to be encouraged with the fact that Ohtani is back again. Like you said, they only have him pitching a couple innings right now, but he is pitching again. Glasnow just came back and pitched in this series against the Brewers. You still have Yamamoto, who's pitching awesome. So you went into the season, I mean, thinking that Dodgers had 4 or 5 number ones, and they need Snell to get healthy. But, I mean, this is a team that won the World Series, and Chelsea, we've seen the Dodgers so many years win 100 games, 105 games, and it hasn't mattered. They get to the playoffs, they lose in the division series, and they go home. So they've gotten to the point, especially with the veteran roster, their lineups, they have a lot of older guys. Certainly their pitching, they have a lot of older guys, where they're just trying to do enough to get in the playoffs. They want to win the division so that they avoid the NLDS most likely, as long as they get one of the top 2 spots, and then just take their chances in the playoffs. So, I mean, the Dodgers are going to make the postseason, so that's why I don't think there's any concern. There's any reason to push the panic button. They're still the favorites to win the National League, as they should be. And if you ask most people who would represent the National League in the World Series as of today, most would pick the Dodgers. They still have the best roster. So, we'll see if they suffer any major injuries. If obviously Ohtani gets hurt, if Freeman gets hurt, if Betts gets hurt, now that's a different ball game, and you're talking about a different kind of story. But as long as your key guys are staying relatively healthy, you don't have any long-term injuries, I mean, the Dodgers, their focus is just trying to win another World Series. So, yeah, I think it's 1, maybe 2. No concern for the Dodgers whatsoever.
I think there is some concern, because I think you kind of hinted at it. For the Dodgers, a good season is not winning 100 games in the regular season. Their goal is always to win a World Series. So I think this is relative to the expectations, because for me, if they get ousted in the first round of the playoffs, that's a terrible failure for this roster that has, the largest payroll in baseball. Mm-hmm. So for me, I'm going to put it at the 5. Put it at a 5 on the panic meter, simply because all of the injuries to their pitching staff. Because we've seen this story before. Nobody's going to sit here and say the Dodgers don't have a great lineup and they can't, generate runs, because their lineup is probably the best in baseball. But we saw this against, was it the Diamondbacks, the year that the Diamondbacks went to the World Series, that you have to have the pitching. They were throwing Lance Lynn in an elimination game against the Diamondbacks, and it's just not going to cut it. You need to have starting pitching, and you need to have starting pitching depth if you want to win a World Series. I will say, relatively speaking, the rest of the NL East, the NL West is not challenging them as much as I thought they were. So right now the Dodgers have a 5-game lead over the Giants, 6-game lead over the Padres, 9.5 games over the Diamondbacks. And I think that goes into it as well, because in previous years, we've had these teams kind of challenging. And obviously, there are a lot of games left in the season. and these teams can make runs. It's just I'm not as scared of the Diamondbacks this year as I have been in previous years. And I'm not as scared of the Padres as I have been in previous years, even though the Padres have a really good rotation and a really good lineup. So, PJ, let me ask you, do any of these other teams kind of scare you as challenging for the Dodgers, either the Giants, Padres, or Diamondbacks?
I don't know about winning the division, but when they get to the postseason, yeah, the Padres concern me if I'm the Dodgers.
They play up to the Dodgers.
They do. Mm-hmm. They do. And I think that's the best rivalry in baseball currently going right now is whenever the Dodgers play the Padres, I'm always staying up late and tuning into that one. I thought those were the two best teams in baseball last year. I thought when they played, the winner of that series would go on to win the World Series, and that's what happened with the Dodgers. And even though the Padres have been really disappointing so far this season, if the postseason started today, they'd be on the outside looking in. I mean, Chelsea, their roster's kind of the same as what it was last year. You know, they're obviously, Michael King's out right now as a starting pitcher. They're missing some guys in the bullpen. Profar's no longer in that lineup, but for the most part, it's still kind of the same team. So if I thought the Padres were the second best team in baseball last year and they have a similar roster, I understand that certain teams have gotten better throughout the league. But I still think the Padres still have one of the more talented rosters. And the key, like you said, is they play up to the Dodgers and they're not afraid of them. And that is like half the battle, right? I mean, how many NFL teams do we see go up against the Chiefs and it's so in their head? Ravens, Bills, right? The Bengals aren't afraid of them. Like they know that they can beat the Chiefs. So that's half the battle going up against the Dodgers, that you're not afraid of them and that you know they can beat them. The Padres certainly are not afraid. So if you're looking for another team in the division, I don't think anybody's going to beat the Dodgers in terms of a division race. When we get to the postseason, I think the Padres could be worth a bet.
Well, and sometimes we see this in the postseason where there's a team that comes from the wild card that catches fire, and then there's the team that is the division winner that's waiting around in the wings, and they kind of go a little cold and they get a little rusty waiting around, and it's the team that comes out of the wild card that ends up, advancing past that team. Right now, the Padres 20-1 to win the National League. So if you're interested, maybe is the time to buy in on the Padres if you still believe in San Diego. All right, so how about panicking for fans of the Yankees? And let me preface this by saying I feel like Yankees fans are always panicking. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it feels like no matter what the Yankees do during the regular season, maybe it's a New York thing or an East Coast thing, but it's like, oh, our pets' heads are falling off. The Yankees are terrible. And I will say this, like the Yankees, it's always relative to expectations. The Yankees were one of the favorites to win the World Series, and right now they're not even winning their division. Blue Jays have a 2.5 game lead over the Yankees, but plenty of time left. And we had Keith Law on the show earlier in the week, and he was saying this, that the Blue Jays have kind of been playing above their heads a little bit. They've been winning in ways that it doesn't feel super repeatable. Like they're really great at small ball. They don't strike out a lot, but they're not beating the brakes off somebody. Like run differential is usually a great way to predict success, and the Blue Jays just don't have it. So do you think Yankees fans deserve to be panicking a little bit right now? Because I will say they do have some injuries, and the Yankees, are supposed to be going to the World Series, and the AL East is supposed to be easy for them. Are they overreacting if they're panicking, though?
I can understand the panic. I think it is time to move on from Aaron Boone. Now, when the guy obviously just makes the World Series, it's tough to move off of him, and I don't think they're going to. But I think that's where a lot of the frustration stems from is, they made the World Series last year, so you give Boone the benefit of the doubt. They've been dealing with injuries. Guys have been up and down this season, but he's made some questionable decisions. He's never been the best at managing a bullpen. And Luke Weaver, who was probably their best reliever last season, has really struggled since coming back from injury. And, I mean, the Yankees, I think they have to look at it as they knew coming into the season they weren't going to have Garrett Cole as one of the best starters in baseball. Yeah. So right off the bat there, that's super tough. Max Fried has been incredible. Rodon's been really good. Luis Gil is going to have a rehab assignment, I believe, this weekend, so he's coming back. I mean, it's the former AL Rookie of the Year, right? So if he returns to form, you could have a really nice 1-2-3 punch heading into the postseason. You have the best hitter in baseball in Aaron Judge. Around him, the rest of the lineup is up and down. Cashman's done a good job the last few deadlines of adding some impact players to help them in the postseason. I would expect him to try and do that again. So I think for where we're at right now, I'm putting the Yankees at a 5 on the panic meter because I don't think this is a team that's going to win the World Series. I do think this is a team, though, that's still going to win the division. I still think this is a team that you still have to absolutely consider to win the American League potentially. I don't think they're beating anybody in the NL, but Chelsea, something that's really important that you have to remember about the Yankees is it's July 10th. And they're not going to play any more games the rest of the season that start after 8 p.m. Eastern time. They're done with all their West Coast road trips. So I think that's going to pay off big when we get to August and September.
Yeah, it's hard for me to move past the Garrett Cole injury, though. Like, he is the anchor of their rotation. He's the one guy I feel like they couldn't lose. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears a bit, and we'll go to our daily baseball bets. That's next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back, and we have some hot gossip to share. Okay, so if you don't know who Livy Dunn is by now, so she is a TikTok star that is also dating Paul Skeens, who is one of the best pitchers in MLB. But here's the gossip with Livy Dunn before we get to our daily baseball plays. And I should add that PJ Glasser filling in for Jenks today. So, PJ, I don't know how much Livy Dunn headlines you subscribe to, but here's the latest one, and it's baseball related because apparently she has tried to buy Babe Ruth's former New York City home, and she gave them all cash offer, $1.5 million, and she thought she had this under wraps, and she posted it to her Instagram saying, I bought a New York City apartment, but not so fast, my friend. Apparently the co-op board of this building denied her purchase. And I guess they didn't give her a real reason, but the gossip is that they didn't like her posting about this on social media. And they said that, you know, she was bragging about it to her followers. But like, is this an overshare saying, quote, bought a NYC apartment? She didn't even mention where it was. I feel like this is very unfair to Livy Dunn.
Yeah, I agree. This is a bizarre story. I saw this come across my timeline yesterday. I immediately thought, ooh, she's buying an apartment in NYC. Let the Paul Skeens rumors to, you know, the Mets and the Yankees begin in like 3 or 4 years, right? They're already buying a place. I agree with you. I just think that, you know, it's a little bit odd that they would get pissed because, like you said, she didn't even list where it was. I also thought it was weird that I thought it was funny that they were making jokes that maybe the people who like rejected the offer were Alabama fans, you know, or somebody in the SEC. Like it was like one of those college gripes as well, because as we know in the SEC, it just means more. So there were a lot of funny stuff that came out of this. I mean, for me, Chelsea, like when I see stories like this, I'm just like, you know, I mean, it is what it is. Like just let Livy have the apartment. You know, like why is there pushback on all this? You know, if somebody is giving you $1.5 million in cash to buy the apartment, I mean, like why would you not want to take that? I don't understand.
I don't either. Like, who cares the way that she makes the money? And it's not even that she has like negative connotations to her. Like, I understand people like roll their eyes at influencers, but like she's a gymnast and it's not like she's doing OnlyFans. Like, I can't even imagine like some of the people who make their money off OnlyFans trying to go in front of like a co-op board. It's like, well, here's the thing. Millions of lonely men have given me this money. But I feel like Livy Dunn's relatively, I don't want to say innocent, but like her stuff's pretty much G-rated, if you get what I'm saying. Like most of it's not very profane. Like obviously she posts the thirst traps, but it's like her doing gymnastics. Like who cares?
Agreed. Yeah, like you said, I mean, she's obviously popular, but like she doesn't have a negative connotation like with her, you know, like a bad image or anything like that. She's very popular, very liked. So I was surprised, honestly. Like, you know, you see certain celebrities pop up and it's like somebody denied them, like understandable. Livy Dunn was a bit surprised. And then, you know, you see that she gave them like all cash for it as well. I was taken aback. And again, Livy Dunn is somebody who goes on social media a lot to document stuff. So not surprising that she decided to do that. And when they rejected her offer, like, you know, you probably knew that was coming as well.
But it's like New York City. Like it would be one thing if this was like a small town and people like value their privacy. And I'm not saying people in New York City don't, you know, get privacy either. But it's like there are a lot of celebrities that live in New York City, right? Like I feel like in the grand scheme of things, like she's not even. Well, do you think she's an A-lister in New York City? I feel like she's not. Like maybe to the younger demographic, but like she still doesn't have like the name recognition of like, I don't know, like Brad Pitt and some of these other celebrities that have New York City homes.
I agree. What would you consider like an A-list like I'm almost wondering, is an A-list celebrity in New York like somebody who can regularly sit courtside at like MSG for a Knicks game? Like would you think that's fair?
Yes.
Like, right? I like
The
with
standard's different in New York City.
It is. I don't know, Chelsea. I think she might be. She might be. Like, if we're putting it in that terms, like I think she would be somebody that would sit courtside. I really do. So she's definitely not like top tier A-lister, but I think I would put her in that category.
I think she's definitely somebody who could sit courtside simply because she is like social media famous and she has all of the like partnerships. But as far as like recognition from, like, because think about like all the people who are very, very wealthy in New York City. Like there's like the stockbrokers and, the hedge fund people and people who have like generational money. Like I still don't know if she's super visible to like that crowd because that's the feeling I get from New York City. It's like, oh, you have a million cash offer. We're all rich here. Like who cares? But it feels very unfair to Livy, and I do hope she gets her dream NYC apartment. It just would have been cool to say, hey, we're living in Babe Ruth's former home, especially since her significant other is putting up like historic numbers in baseball. It just would have been cool.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I'm sure that's why the house interested them too, right? You get an apartment on the Upper West Side, but obviously the history that goes with it, that's why it's so expensive. So it's like, I guess they didn't want to sell it to her, but you have to understand that if you're putting a apartment like that on the market with the history behind it, like you're probably going to get a celebrity type person who wants to buy it.
Yeah. All right. So maybe we will use some of our money to bet on some baseball today. All right. So let's take a look at the slate, see if we can pick some winners on this Thursday. Yeah, it's a Thursday. All right. So let's start with this one. So yesterday, the Mets and the Orioles got rained out, postponed. So I'm looking at the matchup for the first game, which starts at 12:05 Eastern. And I feel like there is a big pitching disparity. David Peterson goes for the Mets, 6-4 with a 3.18 ERA. Charlie Morton is having a season to forget. He's 5-7 with a 5.47 ERA. So the Mets minus 140 here, Baltimore plus 115, total of 9 runs. And PJ, I know you're an Orioles fan. I will say this. I'm not sure if I really want to trust the Mets, but on paper, it looks like a game that the Mets should win.
It does. I kind of think I want to bet the under. I would probably lean towards the Mets as well at minus 145. The Orioles should have won game 1 of that series the other night. They're up 6-2. They're up 6-2 in the 8th inning. I mean, just so disgusted. They've been losing games like that all year. And that's kind of how they've been the last 6 series, Chelsea. They've been awesome the first game of the series. And then game 2, they look like a completely different team. They usually lose. You just bet the run line of the other team. So I think the Mets are probably the play today. I also like the under, though, because the O's have struggled against left-handed pitchers all year. And Charlie Morton, for as horrific as he was to start the year, he was 0-7. Well, he's now 5-7. So he's been a lot better here as of late. Obviously, Charlie pitching for the Braves for a while, and the history with the NL East, a lot of the Mets hitters have had a good look at him. But I think the under, with an early start time today, first of 2, they're playing a doubleheader. I think under 9's a good look, but I also like the Mets today on the money line.
Yeah, I think the Mets should be the play, but they've been really untrustworthy on the road this year. Like they have the biggest disparity, I think, in home road splits of any team in baseball. They're 33-14 at home and 20-25 on the road. I'm not sure what's going on there, but they should win this game. But I'm not sure if it makes the card because I just don't really trust the Mets too much right now. All right, so let's go next to here's an interesting one. Red Sox Rays. So the Rays have been kind of a surprise in the American League East, better than I think a lot of people expected. But Taj Bradley, pretty meh this year, 5-6, 4.79, starting for the Rays today. This game is a pick'em. But the reason I brought up this game is because Walker Buehler, my goodness, his numbers far from what we thought we would get from Walker Buehler. He is starting for the Red Sox today, has a 6 ERA. But I will say this, the Red Sox offense has been humming as of late. I know they just played the Rockies, so some of that kind of goes into the handicap. But I think I would lean towards maybe an over here if you trust both of these offenses, because here's the wild split for Walker Buehler. In the first inning this year, he has been absolutely dreadful. His first inning ERA is 9.60. So if he can get it together in the first inning, maybe he has a good start here. But PJ, have you bet on many Red Sox or Rays games this year?
Not too many, but I do know when these two teams normally play against each other, especially in Fenway, Tampa usually always plays them tough. And I think we might be overvaluing Boston just a touch because they have won 6 in a row, and people are going to see that. But then if you dive a little deeper, you'll see that those wins have come against the Rockies and the Nationals, right? So it's not they're not exactly beating some of the top teams in baseball. It's a huge series, not only for the AL East but also the AL wild card. I think especially a huge series for the Red Sox because of what I was just saying. Yeah, they won 6 in a row, but they've done it against 2 of the worst teams in baseball. Now you get a good team that's been playing great baseball the last couple months. I like Tampa tonight. Like you said, Walker Buehler, the numbers are not good. I would look to fade him. So give me the Rays on the money line, -110.
Ooh, I think I would lean towards the over because the Red Sox have scored at least 6 runs in 6 straight games, and they've hit the over in 6 straight games. But is it because they faced the Rockies and the Nationals and that pitching staff? I will say the Rays as a pitching staff, a big step up from what we've seen from the Rockies. So maybe I'll put that one in the holster, but I would lean towards the over. All right, free roll here, PJ. Is there any other game that kind of caught your attention that you might be betting on today?
You know, I think I'm going with the Marlins today at +154 against the Reds. They had their streak snapped last night of winning 10 straight road games, right? So now I think everybody is like, all right, the Marlins had this great run. They lost. Now they're going to turn into the Marlins again like we thought they would be this season. I would come right back with them, though, at +154. Like, with the way that they're playing, I just think this price is too high. I know Cincinnati has been playing a little bit better as well, but Lodolo's splits this season have been drastic, home and road. So he's been a lot more hittable at home than he has been on the road. So the Marlins were a game that jumped out to me tonight. +154. I like them tonight as dogs.
Ooh. I was looking at the price on this one, and I was wondering what I was missing. And maybe it's because the Braves have not been that great as of late, or just this season in general. The Braves -160 with Spencer Strider on the mound, who was 3-7 this year with a 3.93 ERA, but I have the suspicion that there's still a great pitcher in there somewhere, and he's had some decent ones as of late. JP Sears goes for the A's. The A's +135, total of 10 runs. PJ, am I reading too much into this? Like, do the Braves deserve to be -160 here? Do you like the Braves?
I don't. I don't know if I can bet the Braves right now, Chelsea, until they get rid of the manager. They need a big-time shakeup. They need to get rid of Snitker. Like, the Braves are reminding me a lot of what I saw from the Orioles earlier in the year before they got rid of Hyde. It reminds me a lot of what I saw with the Nationals before they finally got rid of Davey Martinez. Like, the Braves obviously had big expectations coming into the year. We all thought they had a chance to win the division, certainly a contender to win the National League, maybe even the World Series. We knew they were going to get Strider back, Acuna back at some point. Acuna's been awesome. Strider, to your point, the win-loss record hasn't been all that good, but the numbers haven't been terrible, and you expect eventually Strider to kind of ramp it up and turn back into the guy a little bit that we've seen for much of his career. So the Braves are too talented to be this bad, but the A's are playing better baseball. Sears has been good for them this season. The Braves are a team I can't bet at this point, Chelsea, because just feel like a dead team walk in, feel like a team that just want to get to the All-Star break already, and they need a shakeup. They need to get rid of their manager. So until they do, Braves are going to be a stay-away team for me.
I think they would be a stay away for me if it weren't for Ronald Acuna Jr. being back in the lineup. And we saw that in a big way last night. He had 2 home runs, obviously 2 hits, and he's the leadoff guy for the Braves who scored 9 runs against the A's. So he is such a big part of their lineup because he is their leadoff guy. He is the spark plug for getting the team going. So I think now that he's back, and the fact that this is a team that has a lot of talent, and I do think at some point the tides are going to turn. And also, I just don't believe in JP Sears that much. And so I think I'll take the better pitcher, the team that I think is trending up. I know they're in the basement right now, but still, I do like the Braves today. I don't know if I love -160. If it was -150, maybe I'd be a buyer, but I would lean towards the Braves there. All right, so normally I'm somebody who takes unders and Rangers games, but looking at the pitching matchup today, Rangers-Angels, Patrick Corbin, Jack Kachanowicz, both these guys with ERAs north of 4, but the total is 9.5. Let me ask you, without getting too specific, Has there been a trend you followed this year, PJ? Because like I said, we've been on Rangers unders all year, and it's been one of my most profitable bets.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's actually a trend with the guy who's pitching tonight that I really love in the Mariners-Yankees game. We got Brian Wu on the mound tonight, Chelsea. How about in every start that he has made so far this season, he has gone at least 6 innings, which is just unbelievable that he's been that consistent. And there hasn't been one game where he's gotten roughed up enough where they've had to pull him early. Going against the Yankees tonight, Brian Wu, outs recorded, always a good look, and I like the Mariners on the money line as well.
Ooh, I think I might like the under in that game. Brian Wu, an all-star for that reason. He has been very good for the Mariners. All right, we got to get to break. Coming up next, we are drafting our favorite NFL uniforms. Next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right. Good morning. Thanks for starting your day with us here at the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser in for Jenks today. So all summer long, we're doing our draft series where we get it. It's the doldrums of summer. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a draft with all of the members of our staff, and we're going to draft different things each week. So on the docket this week is the best NFL uniforms. And I will admit, I had to do some research for this because there were a few that kind of came to the top of my mind, but I had to jog my memory for some of these. Like just looking at some of the NFL's current uniforms, I feel like was a good way to visually get myself in the right headspace. But PJ, we've talked about this a bit. I'm not a huge uniform person, and I skew towards conservative and traditional, where I just want to see the teams rock their normal color scheme. So I think most people, when they think of the best NFL uniforms, though, I think a lot of them are like the wild ones. Like the first one I thought of was like the Bucks creamsicle one, because it's like that weird color of orange. It has like the Buccaneer with like the feather on his hat. But that's not really the Bucks that I think of, because that's not the Bucks that I grew up with. But I consider myself a traditionalist. I think you do a little bit as well. But do you know anybody that's like super into uniforms and super into like these new ones? I feel like most people aren't.
No, yeah, I don't know if I do. Some of these new uniforms are okay; they're better than others. But I'm with you. I'm with the traditionalists. A lot of my picks are going to end up being some of the retro jerseys, some of the alternates, some of the older uniforms. So, like you, I'm a traditionalist, and I mostly like some of the either alternate or some of the jerseys from the 80s or the 90s.
I feel like the way to like do the new color schemes or like, I don't know, new designs is like hats. Because I feel like uniforms are also expensive. So like if I'm going to buy a uniform, I want it to be the one that they're wearing a lot. Like I'm not going to get an alt uniform when it's already a gamble to know if your team's even going to keep the guy around. Because that's the worst when you buy a uniform. You're like, see you later, Derrick Henry. Can't wear that uniform anymore.
True. That's still why I've not bought an Orioles jersey yet with any of this young wave Rutschman Gunner, because until they sign somebody long-term, Chelsea, I won't do it. I won't do it unless the guy's a big contract extension.
I'm also very superstitious, and like this is from when Jake was playing baseball. So most of the wives and girlfriends get their husband's uniform, obviously. So I stopped myself from doing this because I was so afraid that like he would get cut or traded or something that I didn't want to jinx it. I'm like, okay, we're going to let this ride out. Like I'm not going to do anything to jinx it. So I wait, I think 6 years. So he was in the majors with the Astros for a bit. And during spring training, I finally bought an Astros uniform. And guess what? 2 days later, he gets DFA'd and gets claimed by the Cubs. I was like, this is my fault completely. I should not have bought that uniform. So maybe there's some personal issues that I have with uniforms. So therefore, I do not buy a lot of them.
That is unfortunate. But I will say for the MLB, I mean, at least you'll always have that, right? Do you have that framed somewhere up in the room or something like that, in like the sports room, or where do you have that jersey?
Well, I have the ones that he's worn, like behind me, but like the one that I bought, no, it's just in my closet.
Oh, okay.
Because like, I don't know, it's just a basic one and it's small, so it looks stupid, like a women's uniform. Like you wouldn't, put that on a wall because it's like, what is this for a child? Like it looks weird.
I gotcha. No, that I'm with you with jerseys. I'm a little superstitious. I only buy like the current. I'm not like a throwback or alternate when it comes to jerseys. I like what they're currently wearing, and I go after either guys that I know are gonna like. I figured Lamar would probably be a safe bet. Now he almost wasn't a couple years ago when it looked like he maybe was gonna get traded, but I usually wait for guys to have big contract extensions before I end up purchasing a jersey, because they are an investment. You want to make sure they're going to stick around if you buy a jersey.
Yeah, I need you to sign at least a $200 million deal before I shell out
Exactly.
$89.99 for this jersey.
Exactly.
All right, so let's get our draft started, and let's continue on with the Daily Tip draft series.
Welcome to the 2025 Daily Tip Draft.
Yeah, super serious stuff here. All right, so as I mentioned, this week's iteration is the best NFL uniforms, and PJ, since you are guest hosting, you get the first overall pick.
Love it. All right, Double D, the pick is in. Number 1 overall. We're wasting no time. All right, Chelsea, I think most people, I feel like this is the common answer. This is the chalky answer, but it's chalky for a reason because they're the best. I think jerseys in the NFL, and that's going to be the Charger powder blue. It's my favorite color. I love when they wear those jerseys. Just classic, beautiful to look at. It's just, I think those are the best. There are a lot of other jerseys that I like, but none quite like the powder blue that the Chargers wear. So for me, that is going to be the 1-1. That's the number 1 overall pick. LA Charger powder blue jerseys.
Ooh, this was on my big board, but it was not number 1. So for me, the pick is in. With the number 2 overall pick, I'm going to go with the Miami Dolphins uniforms that Dan Marino wore, with the dolphin with the helmet on. Like, I love those. The colors are awesome, which obviously the Dolphins still have. The teal and the orange. It feels very fitting with the Miami vibes. I think it's just aesthetically pleasing because I like teal. I'm even wearing teal today. So I'm going to go with the retro Dolphins uniforms as my number 2 overall pick. All right, next up we go to Denton and Double D. So I'm not sure who is picking first, but you guys are on the clock.
All right. I didn't think this one would be available at number 3 overall. I had a feeling that the powder blue was going to be gone, so congratulations to PJ for that one. But with all that said, the number 3 overall pick is in. We're going the baby blue Houston Oilers. That was a mouthful, but we're going with the Oilers jerseys. It's a clean look. We can debate in the comments. Do they belong to the Titans? Do they belong to the Texans? Regardless, they belong to me in our draft. I'm taking the Oilers.
Ooh, we love a lot of shades of blue. All right,
we do.
David,
I like
you're
it.
next. Are we continuing on with the blue theme? I think I have a feeling what team you're going to pick. I almost did it. Let's see if my intuition was right. Who are you going with?
I'm going to homer all over this.
Yep.
I am taking with my pick the best alternative jerseys in the game right now, the Atlanta Falcons Vapor alternative uniforms.
So these are the black ones, right?
No. These are the ones that are red at the bottom and bleed into black at the top. They are one of the, if not the coolest alternative jerseys in the NFL right now.
I have to look this up.
Yeah, me too.
Because I thought for sure I see. It's like the gradient, the black into the red. I thought for sure that you were going to go with something else, and now I might pick it. So it's still on the board. Speaking of, is it my turn?
It is your turn.
I think it is. All right, so we'll use that next. The pick is in for me. All right, we're going back to the old school. I know I said that I'm very traditionalist, but like the Falcons, Dirty Bird, Michael Vick, the all black. How did you not pick this, Double D? I feel like these are the ones that I think of when I think of the Atlanta Falcons. When you think of watching Michael Vick as a kid, I think of the black and the red. But the all black, it was so cold. David, how'd you not pick this?
I like the alt jerseys better. Gotta admit it. I love the all black, but those alt jerseys are just spiffy.
Spiffy. All right. PJ, you are next.
Yeah, a lot of good options on the board. So with my David, the pick is in. We got our pick. All right, I talked about it a little bit earlier. I love these jerseys. I think they're probably the best helmets of all time, but I'm going with the old Bronco jerseys from the 70s when they have the orange with the blue helmets and the D and the logo. I love those. I feel like they wear them once a year. But when they break those out, I think it's such a good look. That orange with the blue. Again, the helmets I absolutely love. So I'll go with the old Bronco jerseys from the 70s is my number 6 overall pick.
Okay, so does PJ go again?
Yeah.
I think, right?
It is.
All right, go
it
ahead,
is.
PJ.
And I got another one high on my big board, so Double D, the pick is in. All right, so with the first pick around 3, the 7th overall, we're going with the Eagles Kelly Green. That look I think is so smooth. They break them out once, maybe twice a year. And it's such a good look. And everybody's in the crowd is wearing that shade of green too. Eagles fans love those jerseys the most. I'm not the biggest guy, like the biggest color green fan. It's probably not one of my top colors, but I love that Kelly green that the Eagles wear.
Ooh, I like that one as well. All right, I'm going to try to speed this along so we get more picks. All right, pick is in for me. All right, I'm going to go with the Detroit Lions Honolulu Blues. It feels like if you have a shade of blue named after your specific uniforms, I like that one. I like that shade, big blue girl, so we're going to go with the Honolulu Blues. All right, who's next?
I like it.
Is
Denton,
it me
is
or
that
you,
you?
Denton?
Double D, you up.
All right. I can't believe this one made it this far into the draft, so the pick is in. We can sit here and argue back and forth, PJ, but the greatest helmet in the NFL comes from the Tampa Bay creamsicle jerseys and helmet. Best helmet out there.
It's a good one. That's a good one. That was on my board too.
I am stunned that one lasted as long as it did. I'll rapid fire here. I was torn. Do I go Homer Burgundy and Gold that just released? Do I go elsewhere? I'm going to go elsewhere. I'm going with the New York Jets stealth black uniforms. I love a black uniform, and I think this black and green combo looks super badass, so I'm taking the Jets.
Ooh. All right. Can I squeeze in a pick or two? I'm going to go
Yeah.
with the Bengals for my last one. I love animal print. PJ, who's your last pick?
Oh, yeah, the Bengals all white. That was going to be my pick. I love that one. I'll go with the Seahawks 90s jerseys with the gray helmets we were talking about earlier. I like those too.
Ooh, very good choices all around. All right, hour 3 is next. We got to get to break. We'll have more Daily Tip after that. Stick with us.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, hour 3 kicking off right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He is PJ Glasser, and this is the Daily Tip. A special salute to our viewers on Stadium. You can catch us on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and what other platforms are out there. I'm sure there's a million, but we're glad you're joining us today. So over the next hour, we'll start by talking about some of the new challenge systems that will be in place during the MLB All-Star Game, the Commanders' beautiful new uniforms that harken back to the days when they were actually very good, as they are once again. At 8:20, we bring in Tim Barbalet, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. We'll talk a little baseball, maybe a little Ravens, and should be right up your alley, PJ, since you are fans of both of those teams. So let's vent a bit. How do you feel about being an Orioles fan this year? Because this was a hot, young, and up-and-coming team. It feels like, 2 years ago? And now it feels like they made 0 moves. They let Corbin Burns go. And now you're sitting with a team that's not really challenging for the AL East. Is it frustrating to watch a team go from, a solid uphill trajectory to now kind of middling?
It's incredibly frustrating for a lot of the points that you just made, because they've obviously been good the last 2 years, and you feel like they've been building towards something. And they just did nothing in the offseason to really improve their team, especially the pitching staff. I mean, their starting pitching, they knew they were going to go into the season with Bradish not being available until likely August. And then Grayson Rodriguez, had some injuries, and it turns out that he was then placed on the 60-day DL. So you came into and then obviously you lost Burns in the offseason. So you knew coming into the year you're going to be without your top 3 starting pitchers, and they just did nothing to really address it. And then on top of that, they brought back Brandon Hyde as their manager, which, I mean, they should have gotten him they should have got rid of him in the offseason. The Orioles, ever since like the end of June last year, just looked like a completely different team. They were lifeless. They would rarely come back in games. They didn't have any fight to them. And Hyde just strategically was not a good manager. So then you open the season with him, and it's more of the same. You get off to a terrible start. And that's still really the Orioles' biggest problem, is they have an interim manager right now in Tony Mansolino, Chelsea, that doesn't even want the job. He has no interest in managing a team. So I think that right now is the Orioles' 2 biggest problems, is the coaching staff is not good enough to compete or win a World Series. And their GM, Mike Elias, is a really good scout. He's great at developing talent. Obviously, they had the number 1 farm system in baseball for a couple of years. They've had all these top picks, and, he's done a good job on hitting on most of them. But there's a difference in scouting and evaluating talent and then being an actual GM and making the moves required to win a championship. And he just doesn't have that part quite figured out. And it's frustrating when you feel like your team should be good enough to compete for a championship and the organization just is not doing what it needs to help those players win.
Yeah, I think it's frustrating as a bettor, because the Orioles were one of those teams that when they were good, it felt like they were always undervalued. And those are the teams you love as a bettor, like teams who are really good but don't have like the name recognition of like, you're never getting a good price on the Dodgers. You're never getting a good price on the Yankees. I will say this year you could kind of use that to your advantage with the Tigers, probably the best team in the American League right now. But some of those prices are steadily catching up to, how good their roster is. Like, you're not sneaking up on anybody by betting on the Tigers when Tariq Skubal, the favorite to win the Cy Young, is on the mound. But it's disappointing from that aspect as well. I feel like the Diamondbacks kind of fit into that category of a team over the past few years that like flew under the radar, but they were really good. PJ, do you find yourself like gravitating towards those teams? Like, those are my favorite teams to bet on.
I agree. I miss the days. There was a wise woman who once said that in this house we do not fade the Baltimore Orioles. I miss those days, Chelsea. I really do. I got to be honest with you. I miss them quite a bit. I wish we could go back to those days, because I agree. Right, in baseball with these small market teams, if they're winning, you really don't hear a lot of people talking about it. The Marlins had won 10 straight road games before losing last night, Chelsea. Was anybody talking about that? Was anybody talking about how the Marlins have been playing great baseball, especially on the road? Nobody was talking about that. Could you imagine if the Yankees had won 10 straight games on the road? Could you imagine if the Dodgers, if the Phillies had won 10 straight games on the road? That's all you'd be seeing. You'd be seeing headlines about it. You'd be seeing on the bottom ticker of all these shows about it. So there absolutely is a benefit to these small market teams in baseball who are very quietly like playing really well and still being undervalued. So I absolutely agree with you. Like, that's what you're looking for. Now, from time to time, there's definitely value on some of those, big teams, and you can get them in certain spots, maybe more so on the run line, probably than just betting them straight up. But in baseball this time of year, Chelsea, like, it's a great thing when you get a small market team that's playing good baseball that nobody's really talking about it, and you can still get some good numbers on them.
Yeah, and to prove the flip side of this point, so the Dodgers have lost 6 games in a row. $110 million of their payroll is on the injured list. And guess what their price is to win the World Series? Plus 220. Are you kidding me?
Crazy.
Like, this is a price for somebody who is in domination mode. Who you look at this team like, there's no way they don't win the World Series because, price is always relative. But plus 220 at the midway point of a season for a lot of things to go right, and you have to go through an entire postseason, that's an insane price on a team that's not trending in the right direction.
I totally agree with you. Chelsea, I think we're setting up for like a really good October. Like, I think the postseason could get a little nuts because, if the Dodgers just stay true to who they are over the last 10 years, I feel like they're probably not going to make the World Series this year, right? Isn't it funny how last year, going into the postseason, I feel like was the first time in a while where like nobody liked the Dodgers because we have just seen them time and time again come up short in the postseason, and they're having another great regular season. Ohtani's doing Ohtani things, Freeman's great and Betts is great, and you're like, we know how this ends. And of course they go on to win it. Well, now that they've won it, I think a lot of people, even though they've obviously suffered a bunch of injuries, they're in the middle of the 6-game losing streak, we're like, they'll be fine. They still got all this talent. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. And then in the American League, good luck. The Tigers have been the best team all year. Like you said, Skubal is probably the best pitcher in the world. They got a great pitching staff. Hinch is an awesome manager. Do you trust that lineup, though? Is that lineup good enough to win in October? I don't know. The Astros have been playing really good baseball as of late. Valdez and Hunter Brown are great at the top of that rotation. But, is their lineup good enough, even though they've had a ton of postseason experience outside of like Altuve, Pena, and Alvarez? The Yankees have been up and down. So I think the playoffs this year in the MLB are going to be super interesting, especially in the American League. I think there's some great numbers you can get on a lot of teams. The NL, there are a bunch of great ones, even if the Dodgers don't win it. You could certainly see the Phillies or the Mets or the Cubs or one of these other teams doing it. But I think in the American League, Chelsea, depending on who gets into the playoffs, get some really good numbers on some teams that could end up making a deep run.
I think it's going to be similar to last year in that it's going to be pitching dominant in the American League because we saw that with like the Royals and the Tigers and even the Yankees last year, because as much money as the Yankees have in their payroll on their lineup, their offense was a little untrustworthy for as, big of home run hitters as they supposedly are. So I think for that reason, I still like the Tigers in the American League. I think pitching is going to win it, as opposed to the National League, where I think it's just going to be a lot of runs scored. Because the Dodgers, the problem is not their run scoring, it's their pitching staff. The Phillies have had issues with their lineup kind of in the postseason the last few years. But if I had to pick now, I think I'm going to go Phillies-Tigers World Series matchup. You care to throw a prediction out there, PJ?
Ooh, I like it. I'm gonna go with Astros Padres as my World Series. We're all ready to just write off the Astros and hope that the dynasty is dead and that team's finally cooked. I don't know if I would do that. They're playing pretty good baseball, so I like them. And we were talking earlier in the show about San Diego. I thought they were maybe the best team in baseball last year. Them and the Dodgers, I thought were right there. Dodgers end up winning that NLDS in 5 games. I know the Padres are not playing great baseball right now. They're 1 game out of that final wild card spot, but that team is pretty similar. The roster's pretty similar to what it was last year. They still have a ton of stars. If their pitching staff is healthy, especially Michael King, going into the postseason, we know their GM, AJ Preller, is a madman. He's a psycho. He will get very aggressive at the deadline and trade away a bunch of prospects. Still like the Padres, and I'm not ready to count them out yet. So I'll go Astros, Padres.
Well, if there's a team that's not afraid to go head-to-head with the Dodgers, it's the Padres. I think the way that I would bet on the Padres is 20-1 to win the National League, because if they even make it to the NLCS, you get one side of the equation for 20-1. Do you get what I'm saying? So like the hedging opportunities. That's what I'm always looking for, and that's the angle on betting on either the National League winner or the American League winner. Sometimes if you can get a big number on some of these contenders who you think can at least make it there, I think that's the strategy for me. All right, PJ, big news for the MLB All-Star Game, and it's not Jack Caglione hitting in the home run derby like we both were hoping. Apparently, MLB is going to be experimenting with a new challenge system that they used during spring training. So each team will be given 2 challenges with the ability to retain them if successful. Only a pitcher, catcher, or hitter can ask for a challenge, and it has to happen almost immediately after the pitch. They have to tap their hat or helmet, indicating to the umpire that they want a challenge. I think this is going to be used on balls and strikes. Do you think this is a good thing that MLB is leaning towards making some changes?
I do. I think, look, as fans, all we ever want is just the right call. You know, sometimes we're a little biased, and when there's a call that benefits our team and they get it wrong, we're like, maybe you just keep it that way. I'll take the run, or, just keep the turnover the way it was. But we all just want the right call. And umpires are obviously human. They make mistakes. And I think the fact that you can only challenge 1 or 2 calls, you have to be strategic, and guys have to make split-second decisions, I think is going to be super fascinating. For the pitcher, it's obviously a little bit easier because he can kind of control what he wants to do. He has a good angle when he's throwing a home plate, depending on the hitter, depending on the situation. Maybe he can decide what he wants to do. But, like, if you're a batter in the lineup, if you're maybe the 8th hitter or the 9th hitter, even though you feel like, that pitch was probably high, that pitch was probably outside, like, are you going to use that as an 8 or 9 hitter? Are managers going to tell certain players that they only have the ability to maybe use? Like, it's going to be interesting. I like the strategic aspect of it. I like that we're correcting more calls that are wrong. So I'm all for it. These changes that we made to baseball the last couple of years, going with the pitch clock, going with the ghost runner to start extra innings, I've been a real fan of. I think they've helped the game a lot. I think this will too if they end up going with it. So I am a big fan of it. I do like it.
I think my reaction was, why do we not just go to the automated strike zone? Like, why do we even need challenges? Just go straight to the end result, which is everything needs to be automated. Because I understand in sports that some human element kind of is part of the game. And I understand more than any other sport, just about, maybe as opposed to like golf. Like maybe golf's more traditional than baseball. But baseball really drags its feet when making changes because, most baseball fans kind of subscribe to like, hey, we want baseball to keep it traditional. But some of these things just make the game better. Like, what's the number one complaint about the officiating most of the time when you're watching baseball is the balls and strikes. And it can change a game so much where you see a pitcher throw what should be a 3rd strike, and then the next pitch is delivered, and the guy hits a 3-run home run. That is a huge swing in a game. And I feel like if we can prevent that in all the technology updates that we've had in the year 2025, maybe we should do this. So I think you just go to the automated strike zone.
Look, I agree. I mean, if you do really want to make the game better, then go to the automated strike zone and truly make it so that every pitch that is a ball, and every pitch that is a strike is a strike. But like you said, I mean, the human element, I think, is what's ultimately going to probably avoid that, at least for the immediate future. Just because, we're creatures of habit, and for so long, baseball's been played with umpires. And also, I think the managers just want to have the ability to argue with somebody. You have an automated strike zone. It's tough to argue with the robot. It's like, who do you look at if you thought the pitch was outside? If it's called a strike, who are you to argue with, the machine? So that would be pretty funny to see. I kind of agree with you, though. Like, again, if you're trying to make the game better, I mean, that's ultimately the end game. Like, that's the way to do it. So I think this is the right step, right? Because you are trying to improve it while keeping the human element and keeping umpires on the field. But ultimately, Chelsea, it'll be interesting to see if they just go to the automated strike zone.
Yeah, I suppose this is a good compromise. It's a good middle ground. The only thing against maybe the automated strike zone is that it would take away the skill level of a lot of catchers who are very good at pitch framing. So I don't know how much in the weeds you are with baseball, but this is something that can make or break a catcher. Like, some catchers are known for their pitch framing and their ability to make pitches look like a strike when they are a ball. In fact, they even have stats on this, and some of the best catchers in baseball. So it'd be interesting to see how the value of catchers would go down if they did go to an automated strike zone. All right, coming up next, Tim Barbalay stops by to talk all things Baltimore, the O's, the Ravens, and maybe some other topics as well. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
pro Stanton. Just
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
all right. We're off. We're rolling. We're caffeinated. In fact, this is refill number 2, PJ, that I've had in this huge wine glass that I use for coffee that my neighbor got me that says busy binging reality TV, which I watch a total of 1 reality TV show, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. It's not currently on. So I'm a little upset that she has pegged me into that type of person. We should have Tim Barbalays coming on in a second to talk all things Baltimore. PJ, do you watch any reality TV?
Not any reality TV at the moment. I am watching the show on Apple TV called Stick with Owen Wilson. You heard about this? It's
I want to watch that, but we don't have a Apple TV.
It's like golf Ted Lasso almost. Owen Wilson's like the only guy, and the wife, Judi Dench, she's in it as well. But it's really good. The 8th episode came out yesterday of the first season, and it's like I thought it was the best one yet. So big fan of that show. Apple TV's got some really solid shows.
Did you say Judi Dench? Like Dame Judi Dench?
Oh, not Judi Dench. Never mind. Let me see who it. That was wrong.
I was
Let's
like,
see.
whoa.
It
That's
was
his wife from the show.
Let's see. So Owen
It's fine.
Wilson, Judy Greer. That's what it was. I knew it was a Judy, not Judi Dench.
I was going to say, Google Judi Dench and like get back to me. I don't think that she looks like she would be playing Owen Wilson's wife.
Yes, no. 90-year-old Judi Dench is not playing Owen Wilson's wife. Oh, shout out to Judi Dench, though.
Yeah, she would have killed the role, whatever it was. I feel like she's like Meryl Streep. Like, she's just like a really good actress. All right, let's get to Tim now. Let's bring in Tim Barbalays. He is co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore and a host on the BetMGM Network, our colleague. So, Tim, let me ask you, what is the order of operations right now? Since the Orioles are kind of middling, when it comes to the topics on your show in Baltimore, do the Ravens come first, or are you guys still talking about the Orioles?
Hey, yeah, middling is probably a little bit kind there, Chelsea. But no, I mean, right now we're kind of in that dead period right now where we're waiting for training camp. It's been a couple weeks since mini camp. So to be honest, right now we're kind of just focusing on the trade deadline. Just how much could Mike Elias end up selling?
Tim, are you still believers in the Orioles? Have you officially stuck a fork in them? After that Mets game last night, I think I gotta quit them. You know, I keep telling myself that maybe they'll just go on a run here and get it close and get it within striking distance, and it's not happening. So have you stuck a fork in them? Do you think they're finally done at this point?
Oh, yeah, PJ, they're done. They're done, man. They're 7.5 games back of a wild card spot. But it's not even just so much that number. It's the fact that they would have to jump 7 teams just to get to that final wild card spot. And right now, they're starting pitching. I mean, momentum is only as good as your next starting pitcher, right? And if I would have told you on July 10th that the 2 best Orioles starting pitchers right now are Charlie Morton and Trevor Rogers, I think we would have said that you were crazy, especially 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago. And the lineup is just too inconsistent, and it just hasn't happened for them this year. And, of course, you can kind of go back to the inactivity that was this past offseason. Injuries, of course, have played a major factor as well. But I think you just got to be realistic about where they're at right now. And even if they were to go on a run and get into the playoffs, just how far could they go at this point? And they have a lot of guys on expiring contracts, the Ryan O'Hearns, the Cedric Mullins. You can go to their bullpen, Sir Anthony Dominguez, Gregory Soto. I think you can sell a lot of those rentals. And, heck, if you wanted to pull a Yankees, trade a Chapman, bring him back in the offseason when it comes to an O'Hearn, a Mullins, you obviously have that opportunity to do so. But I think you got to be real and you got to sell to try to replenish this farm system in hopes to get back in 2026.
How much of this is on the ownership? Because I'm not an Orioles fan, but I remember when they got new ownership, and I feel like the consensus was, oh, the Orioles are going to start spending money now. But, we're a couple years in, and it feels like that's not really the case. Am I off base here?
I don't know if you're off base. I think it's something that I really struggle with, to be honest with Chelsea. I go back and forth so much where if you look at this offseason, they spent money. Did they spend it wisely? Of course not. They ended up adding close to $70 million in payroll. I'm just kind of torn in the fact, is this an ownership thing or is this a Mike Elias thing? Because we've yet to see Mike Elias give out a true multi-year contract to a free agent. He operates on these one-year deals to have that kind of financial flexibility year to year. So I think this offseason is going to be very telling. Assuming Mike Elias is still going to be running the ship, are they going to take big swings? The starting pitching market, free agency-wise, is really, really good. Are you going to take some swings there? Are you going to finally extend one of these young guys as part of your core? I think this offseason is going to be extremely telling, and whether Mike Elias can kind of change his stripes a bit and how he operates, and whether that's ownership maybe pressing him a bit. Look, I'm not firmly convinced that it was all Mike Elias firing Brandon Hyde a couple months ago. He was doing kind of a media tour a few weeks prior saying it's not Brandon, it's the injuries. I deserve a ton of blame for the offseason that happened. And then, boom, fired him a couple weeks later. And then Elias didn't even address the media until 3 days after he fired him. So I'm torn on it. I think it's probably part both, but if I had a lean, I think it's more Elias.
Tim, how do you see that division playing out the rest of the year? The Orioles are pretty much the only team that can't win it at this point. They're 12.5 games back. It would take a miracle. Boston's 5.5 games back at Toronto. Tampa's 4 games back, and the Yankees are 2.5 games back. Do you like the Jays to win the AL East, or are you going with one of the other teams?
I feel like we do like kind of at least a couple times a week just check in on the AL East, and for so long, just the entire show, we're like, I'm not buying the Blue Jays, not buying the Blue Jays, but they just keep winning and they keep getting it done, and they haven't even gotten anything out of Anthony Santander, the former Oriole, this year. So look, I don't even know what to make of this division. If I had to guess right now, I'm probably looking at the Yankees, and it seems like the past 3 years, PJ, the Yankees have had this June dive where they just have a horrible record, don't look like themselves at all. I think Tampa got off to that really good start, looked like a really balanced team. They've come back down to earth, but if I had a lean, I probably would go New York, but I feel like I'm becoming more a believer of the Blue Jays by each passing week.
Well, and some of it feels like nobody just wants to pull away from the division. Yeah. It just feels like a very mid-division compared to years previous. Let's throw in a little Ravens talk, shall we? I understand it's July 10th, but what's the big off-season story for the Ravens this year? For me, I feel like it's like Super Bowl or bust. It feels like the Ravens are in the circle of trust for the regular season. Like, I feel like the talk doesn't even start for me nationally for the Ravens until the postseason rolls around, because that's when like the questions kind of arise. But what's the big story for the Ravens this offseason?
I think the theme for the most part is kind of just running it back. This is a very, very similar team to what they had last year. And I remember being at the end of season press conference, and Eric DeCosta, I'm paraphrasing here, but he's saying, look, I don't really have a lot of work to do in terms of re-signing guys, because they lost Brandon Stevens, their starting corner, who really struggled last year, Patrick McCary, one of their guards. Outside of that, it was a lot of role players. So they were able to kind of just augment their roster. They did what the Ravens typically do. They're not huge active team in free agency. You brought in DeAndre Hopkins as a number 3, which in the past that would have been the entree at wide receiver for the Ravens, bringing in an old guy, but he's more of a role player. Jair Alexander really fell into their lap, and you drafted Malachi Starks in the first round. Their secondary is absolutely loaded. They got 4 first-round picks in that secondary, 5 actually. And this team as a whole, I think you can certainly make the case that it's the best team of the Lamar Jackson era. It's without a question the best weapons he's had. I think the defense is going to be a heck of a lot better than it was in the first 9 weeks of the season last year, where they were terrible and then rounded into form after that point. I think it's a really, really good roster with not a ton of question marks on it, but it's all about the postseason. That's all that matters with this team. It's all about the postseason.
Is there anything they can do, Tim, in the regular season that would give you confidence in trusting them in the postseason? Or like you said, I mean, at this point, right? Because I feel like we've gone into the last 2 playoffs where it was the Christmas game after the Niners and it was the Christmas game after the Texans, where we looked at those performances and we're like, man, this team's going to win the Super Bowl. And then obviously they let us down. Do you think there's anything they can do in the regular season that would get you to trust them, or it's just like, just get to the playoffs and let's see what you do in January?
I think it's probably just get to the playoffs, PJ, but I will say 2 of their first 4 games, they head to Buffalo and they head to Kansas City. I'm not saying it's likely, but if they were to win both of those road games, obviously they're firmly in the driver's seat to get the 1 seed in the AFC. The Chiefs have been their kryptonite. Lamar Jackson's only beaten the Chiefs once. They haven't won at Arrowhead. I think that would kind of feel different, but it all resets in the playoffs, man. I mean, you can go back a couple years ago when they hosted the Chiefs in the AFC Championship, and it really felt like their year. That was a really, really good Ravens team. That Chiefs team seemed more vulnerable, and they still couldn't get it done. So really, it is only about the playoffs. But winning in Arrowhead, I think, would carry some significance for me.
All right, I want to ask about Lamar Jackson and his chances to win the MVP. Because, I had to reread this. I had to get back on the football mindset and revisit some stats. Last year, Lamar Jackson, 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Those are wild numbers for somebody who didn't win the MVP. Do you think he's going to be back in the discussion this year once again? We have about 2 minutes left.
It's ridiculous he didn't win MVP. I'll just start there. But with Lamar, assuming he's healthy, he's going to be in the mix to win MVP. And he also ran for over 900 yards and 6.6 yards per carry. Lamar has weapons galore to work with. I think something that people got to bear in mind is I expect there to be some regression, natural regression for Lamar. Is he only going to throw 4 interceptions again? Is he going to throw for over 40 touchdowns? I don't know. I think the passing yards could go up. I was looking at his season-long props before coming in. 3,450.5 yards passing, 775.5 yards rushing. If he stays healthy, he'll obliterate both of those numbers. I think as long as he's healthy, he's going to put up numbers, and he's going to firmly be in the mix for MVP. I definitely believe that.
Yeah, those are still wild stats. I'm still looking at these, and I understand MVP is more than just numbers, but 41 touchdowns, 4 picks. To contrast, Josh Allen, 28 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. But yeah, maybe we'll get a great race once again.
Yeah, he was the best player in football last year, and quite frankly, I really don't even think it was close. I think the mental gymnastics that the voters had to do to vote him first-team All-Pro at quarterback in a landslide, and then 7 of those votes flip to Josh Allen for MVP. It's only happened one other time in the history of the NFL, so If you want to make it a narrative award, just have Josh Allen win first-team All-Pro at quarterback, and then, all right, I'm fine with continuity, even though I think it's still a narrative at that point because Lamar was definitely the better player, but at least it would have more rationale.
I think that's the wild part and the frustrating part of betting on MVP because it's not just numbers. There are definitely other things that go into it, and it felt like a year where they're like, hey, Josh Allen hasn't won it, and he really needs to win it. So I don't know. You can make a good case for either, I suppose. Great stuff today from Tim Barbalet, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Tim, thanks for waking up with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right. Great stuff. On the Ravens, we'll see if Lamar can put up those type of numbers again, and we'll see if he actually wins MVP this year. All right, coming up next, it's time for our best bets of the entire slate. They come your way next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back. Time to land the plane. It's the final segment of the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, PJ Glasser in for Jinx today. In a few minutes, we will hand you our favorite plays of the entire day. So normally it's one bet, maybe 2 or 3 bets, but I'm not like a huge quantity better. And I understand maybe that goes against baseball because it's kind of like a quantity sport where, they play 162 games a season. And sometimes you have to grind it out because on a daily scale, any team in baseball can beat any team in baseball. And I know that sounds strange to say, but like the Rockies have won games. Like they're a AAA team, but yet they win some games in baseball. So it kind of just shows the parity of baseball. But PJ, what's your strategy when betting on baseball? I see you only have one play today, but are there any like quantity versus quality takes that you have when it comes to betting on MLB?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to pick and choose your spots, right? You have to be cautious with your bankroll. I think live betting baseball is a good way to go too. I feel like this year, Chelsea, we've had a lot of teams that have been either on long winning streaks or long losing streaks. And I always like to pick and choose those spots, especially the team that are on long losing streaks. Because usually when you've lost 6 games in a row, 8 games in a row, 10 games in a row, winning that first game finally is usually never easy. It's usually like a 1-run win, 2-run win. There's some high-level drama in the 8th inning, 9th inning, whatever it may be. So if those teams are up, let's say 4 runs, 5 runs in the 4th inning, 5th inning, I usually look to bet the other side on the run line, plus 3.5, plus 4.5, wherever it may be. You can get some good live betting opportunities. Obviously, you can get some good numbers late in the games, fading certain teams on the money line. So I usually am cautious, bet a game or 2 a day, if I like something, and then kind of just watch the games, see how they unfold, and a lot of times you can just get a better number betting it live.
I, in theory, agree with you, but for live betting, I don't know if you have this issue, but sometimes I worry about live betting because the TV's on a delay. Have you noticed this?
Yes.
Like if you're looking at live odds on your sportsbook app, on your BetMGM app, and you'll see something move, and you're like, wait, did something just happen? And lo and behold, like 45 seconds later, somebody hits a 2-run shot. Yeah. So for that reason, I feel very hesitant doing live betting.
You have to usually do it during a pitching change or a commercial break, right? When you have like a long stoppage. Because to your point, if, a team has bases loaded, no outs, and there's no pitching change, and they just keep them out there, and you're like, oh, I want to live bet the other team. I think they're only going to give up 1 run or something, and I get a good number. Tough to do it then. You really have to be on your phone or your laptop and just be ready to go if that's the case. But usually, I do wait until there's a stoppage, whether it's a mound visit, whether they're making a pitching change, commercial break, wherever it may be. Usually wait for those kinds of things when I'm betting live, because to your point, there is a delay when you're watching at home or you're streaming it or whatever it may be, and you may go look to live bet it, and they might already be on the next batter who has already grounded out or driven in a run. You definitely have to pick and choose your spots when doing that.
I've noticed this a lot on basketball, too. Like, have you noticed this on basketball? Because basketball obviously has a faster pace of play.
Yes.
And you're like, wonder why that just changed. Oh, he just hit a 30 and he got fouled. So just one of those things that you need to be aware of if you are betting on sports live. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe and Sammy Pete look at NBA win totals and look ahead to week 0 in college football. I'll tell you what, that's not one thing I'm doing is NBA win totals right now. PJ, you're not a big NBA guy, are you? Like as far as that into the weeds?
I am not. No, I'm a Wizards fan, Chelsea, so there's really not a lot of reason to watch the NBA. Usually Summer League is our Super Bowl. So, and they have a ridiculous Summer League roster this year. They were obviously tweeting it out, and it's guys that were rookies for them last year that started, played significant minutes, and then it's their rookie class this year. So they should have a pretty decent shot at winning the thing. I do turn in for a game or two to see how the Summer League guys are looking, but you know me, I'm a big college guy. We got college football to handicap, college basketball to handicap before we get into the NBA, so I got my focus on that.
I feel like you could sell me more on college football because college football actually gets here before the NFL.
Yes.
Like, when's week 0? I feel like it's in like
end of August. Yeah, end of August.
It's coming soon. Like, it's
is.
July 10th. We have less than a month. You need to be reading up. I've got to get the Phil Steele College Football Handbook because I will say it takes a lot of research and homework to keep updated on some of these teams and the revolving door of talent now that we have NIL. You got to learn a bunch of new quarterbacks who you're like, I thought they played for this team. So I need to do that over the weekend. I need to get that Phil Steele College Football Handbook. All right, so now it's time to lock in our best bets of the day and tell you who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, PJ, since you are filling in, you get the pleasure of batting leadoff here. Who do you like for your favorite play?
All right, I'm going to Rays and Red Sox. Big 4-game series between these two starting tonight out in Boston. I like the Rays on the money line tonight. I'm fading Walker Buehler, who has not been great for Boston. I'm also fading the Red Sox, though, who I think are a touch overvalued in the market. They've won 6 games in a row, but they've won 6 games in a row against the Nationals and the Rockies. So it's not like they're doing it against really good teams in Major League Baseball. They're literally beating up on maybe the 2 worst teams in the MLB. I think tonight going up against Tampa, who always, it seems like, plays them pretty tough in Fenway. Big series like this, the Rays have a pitching edge. And again, I think this is a nice sell spot on Boston, who might be a little overvalued because of the win streak, but the quality of competition has not been there. So give me the Rays as my best bet tonight. Money line -110. I think they probably should be like -120 tonight.
I almost played the over in this game, but I stopped for the reason that you mentioned, is that the Red Sox offense has been really good, but against really bad pitching staff. So we'll see if the Red Sox can keep that offense going when there is a big step up in pitching staffs. But I do like that play. All right, for me, I'm going to go with the Mets on the money line at -138 over your Orioles today. I'm sorry, PJ. But the O's cannot be trusted even at home this year. They have a losing record, 19-23. Charlie Morton on the mound, who I will say has been better over his last 3. But on the season, it's been a season to forget. 5-7 with a 5.47 ERA. Meanwhile, the Mets start David Peterson, who has had a couple slip-ups, but coming off a good one against the Brewers, 6 2/3, only 1 earned run. And the Mets have been good as favorites this year, 42-21 as favorites. I know they have been less trustworthy on the road, but we saw how that last game turned out for the Orioles. They had a lead in this game over the Mets, and they blew it in the final innings and lost 7-6. Right now, I just can't trust the Orioles. I'm going to go with the Mets here, winners of 5 of their last 6 games. And plus, Juan Soto has great numbers against Charlie Morton. If you look at his splits against Morton in his past, 3 home runs and 12 at-bats and hitting .667. So let's go Juan Soto. Let's go Mets on the money line as my best bet. All right, so normally we do leans, so maybe not official plays, but PJ, do you have anything else you're looking at? Or is it just the one bet and the one bet only?
Yeah, no, there were a couple leans. I do like the Mariners tonight. I was leaning towards them, -125 against the Yankees. Brian Wu's on the mound. He's been one of the most consistent starters in all of baseball this year. All 15 of his starts, he has gone at least 6 innings pitched. Big advantage tonight going up against Stroman. I also always love backing teams that are trying to avoid the sweep. Yankees won the first 2 games of the series, so I think Seattle could be a good look tonight. And then I like the Marlins at +140 tonight against the Reds. Chelsea, we were talking earlier, that was +155. Now it's down to +140, so we got some money coming in on Miami. And I think rightfully so. This was a team that had won 10 straight road games. They lost last night, but I would come right back with them tonight. Nick Lodolo's splits this year, it's been way better on the road than he has been at home. So I like Miami and Seattle. Those were a couple leans that I had tonight in MLB.
I feel like Nick Lodolo used to be in the circle of trust, but he is no longer in the circle of trust. 5-6 this year with a 3.58. I feel like he had really good stuff, and he's been decent this year. It's just, I feel this way about Reds pitchers. Like Hunter Green was one of those guys I felt like would have a lot of high-end potential. He struck out a lot of batters, but I don't know. It feels like Cincinnati pitchers just not making the jump for me. So I will not be betting on the Reds or Nick Lodolo anytime soon. All right. I see Sammy P waiting in the wings, and we don't have the Donkster here since Jenks is off. So we'll go ahead and get to Sammy P, who's coming up next on Bet Sweats. I see you guys are doing NBA win totals. Salute, man. That is somewhere that I will not be diving into. So is there a team that like you really want to talk about for NBA win totals?
We really like Philly. This is a team that had a win total last year of 53.5 and just got crippled by injuries, right? Embiid got hurt. George got hurt. The bench became the starters, and their total now is in the low 40s. And I think if you get that 70-game window from Embiid, which, again, is asking a lot, they can definitely get over a low number.
I like that. Sticking with Pennsylvania, Sammy P, I bet Penn State the other day to win the national championship. Am I crazy, or do you like Penn State this year?
You're crazy, but we like crazy. Here's the problem. They're good enough to win all the games that they should win. I just need to see it against better teams. But if you're right, you're going to have a great number. And I have several guys that tell me Penn State is the highest power-rated team in the country. For me personally, I just want to see it first, if that makes any sense.
I feel like there's a lot of volatility. Like, I talk to people who are really high on Penn State, and I talk to people who do not want to trust Penn State with a 10-foot pole. So it feels like there's a lot of in between. But, you know, in betting, those are sometimes the teams that you get the best number on. When it comes to like power ranking the sports right now, like who has your most attention? Is it baseball? Is it golf? Is it NBA? Is it college football? Because college football is only a month away.
It's MLB, but when we're off next week for the All-Star break, I'm going to be doing my college football numbers. So I'll be ready to attack that end of July, and then we'll get into the NFL probably early August. But right now, it's baseball. I will say, speaking of crazy, PJ brought this up. I have a conspiracy buddy who bets on conspiracies. He is convinced that Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers are going to beat the Packers because that matchup happened 25 years ago. Packers beat the Steelers. He now thinks it's going to be the other way around, and I'm like, whatever.
That I'm going to need more. It sounds like somebody who's big into horoscopes or something. You need to sell me a little bit more. All right, he is Sammy P. We will see you on Bet Sweats, and that's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip. For me, Chelsea Messenger, for PJ Glasser, thanks for tuning in. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. in the East. Have a great day.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome on into Bet Sweats. A lot of fun planned today. We will take a look at the NFL teams that had the best off seasons. But the headliner here, the guest coming on the show, fantastic. Some good friends of the show. Nick Friedel will drop by. We'll talk NBA off season. Shayan Irving will be here as well. I'm a little scared of what's on his mind. In fact, I already have an idea because I was listening to a few minutes of his podcast. And let's just say I'm happy the bosses are on vacation. What are the chances that they're going to check in at any point? Hopefully not. Chris Felica, the Bear, will be dropping by in the final hour of the show. So hang out with us for a few hours. Oh, almost forgot. I'm going to review Hardball. I did watch it. I'm going to save my opinions. I got a lot of them. At first I was like, someone wants to do a full segment on that? I'm like, I don't know. And then as I'm watching, I'm like, this might be tough, might need a secondary topic. But then I'm like, okay, yeah, good. We're going to fill the segment. I like it. I don't know if Social's happy about it because they're very confused about what we're doing, but it'll be fun.
We have to fill time in the summer. What do you want us to do? Baseball for the 3 straight hours? No, we're going to do a baseball movie about Keanu Reeves managing a team in the ghetto of Chicago. And oh, by the way, Keanu Reeves' character has a gambling problem. It fits the show in a variety of ways. I will say yesterday, I got a bunch of texts and messages about people loving the college football conversation. Mm-hmm. I said that Monday, too. I'm like, I'm so glad to be turning the page to next season because a lot of national outlets are. And you kickstarted it with the Joel Klatt clip about Illinois being a playoff team. A lot of run on social. And we're going to continue that today with the Bear. I know Shay's got thoughts. I mean, this is one of the biggest Texas Longhorn fans that we know. Yeah. And they have a team that's co-favored to win the title, a quarterback that's favored to win the Heisman. So that'll be exciting. But this is a great guest list. Felica, Friedel, and Shay. I'm pumped.
Yeah, it's going to be good, man. And is Arch the real deal? Like with Shay, there's so many things that we can discuss. I won't say anything about the Epstein files, but like I'm in on his Cowboys and I know he's going to hate it because he's going to crap all over everything Cowboys because that's what he usually does. But we'll see how he's feeling going into the season. First hour, every show here on Bet Sweats. We are live on Stadium, which you can watch, BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports app, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern each day here on the show. Let's start with Major League Baseball. I know you kind of laughed at just doing baseball all the time, which is mostly what's going on right now. 6 games. Dodgers have lost 6 in a row. Now the Brewers sweep them. Wasn't Glasnow. You were laughing at the idea of me backing Glasnow, Corby's guy, to end this losing streak. He did fine. Didn't give up an earned run. Once again, they are not scoring. A negative 34 run differential during this 6-game losing streak. This time it does go to extra innings, so maybe a little bit of bad luck there. But hey, man, you got to get to Quintana, and once again, the offense did not.
We did allude to one of our picks losing in excruciating fashion, and that did happen with your parlay. The Dodgers were the right side, no doubt. The Dodgers have a 1-run lead going into the bottom of the 9th, and the Brewers tie it, and then the Brewers win it in extras.
Yep.
That's baseball, though. What did Nick Bogdanovich say for years and years and years? To bet baseball every day, you need a handgun and a bottle of whiskey. If you had L.A., you're minus 400 or 500 going into that 9th inning.
Yeah.
You're going to win that more times than not. But that's been the issue. If you look at bullpen ERAs for the Dodgers, they're not even in the middle of the pack. They're in the lower third of bullpen ERA, and that is something that needs to be handled in the next 21 days. I don't even know when the deadline is. It used to be the 31st. Now it's like
It's
the 29th.
31st.
Okay. They changed it a couple times over the last few years where it wasn't the 31st, and it was very weird. Maybe they changed it back. Either way, the starting pitching when healthy is elite. The lineup when hitting is elite. The bullpen is the issue. And if I was in that front office in Los Angeles, I'm calling Cleveland about Clase. I'm calling other teams about their 7th and 8th inning guys. That is something that needs to be addressed for the Dodgers. I'm not concerned about them big picture, and they're still big favorites to win the National League. They need to address that bullpen, though.
Yep, they do. A lot of teams that are top in the National League need to address a bunch of key points on their team. The Dodgers certainly one of them. And so you can't help but think, wait, do they have the West on lock? Do they? Well, I mean, this losing streak can't go much longer. San Francisco's in second place, 5 games back. Here we go. 3-game series with the Giants before the All-Star break. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If it continues, now things get a little bit shaky, but not yet. They're okay. 5-game lead on the Giants, a 6-game lead on the Padres. Cease was awful for the Padres yesterday. I like that San Diego side. It was Arizona by a score of 8-2. What else? We're not really making a hot take here, but we told you Boston, like that's a for sure winner. If you wanted to pair it with something, if you wanted to get a better price on something, you just take Boston. They win 10-2, 15 hits, 4 homers. Giolito, good again, man. That guy has 300 runs in his last 6 starts. His ERA in just about a month went from 6.42 to 3.36. He's been a bet on guy, but I've been betting on that offense, not so much their pitching.
I think it's the beard. He's gone Amish, and I think that has resurrected his career. He's pitching with that huge beard that spreads all over his face and hangs off his chin. Maybe that's it. Are there any analytics on beards? I'm being facetious, of course. But this is what happens when you play the Nationals and the Rockies. You're supposed to beat these teams. I made the joke the other day. They are undefeated since going to the White House and seeing the president. But it's really 3 wins against Washington, 3 wins against Colorado. You beat up who you're supposed to beat up, and they just pounded them every game in the series. So good for them. I still don't think they can do it against better teams and the great teams, but you can't knock them for winning 6 in a row. It's very hard to win 6 in a row in the major leagues. So you tip your cap there. He's been way better than advertised. He was supposed to be a fringe 5th starter. And he is now 6-1 this year. Not that win-loss records are the end-all be-all, but an ERA in the low 3s and a whip around 1.2 for a guy that probably should have been out of baseball a year or 2 ago, if you ask some scouts. So good for him. The Red Sox have done a good job of finding pitchers. When I got to Boston, it was the other experiment on Rich Hill. It was Michael Wacha for a year or 2. It was the resurrection of Nathan Eovaldi, right? Because Eovaldi was a guy that was on the downside of his career. And then the Red Sox bring him in and turn him around. So they've always done a good job with the pitching. And that's what Craig Breslow and Andrew Bailey are there for. They've been hitting the ball, though. They've been clobbering the baseball. How much is it on the offense? How much is it on the bad teams they're playing? We'll find out. But it's a hell of a stretch for the Red Sox. 6 straight wins for them. Can we talk about Gore Moon, for Christ's sake? I mean, he went out there and shoved, dude. I told you it was going to happen.
Here we go. Is it just a 1-game deal?
I'll ride him for a little bit. I mean, why not? If you hit it last night at plus 120, you got a little bit of extra cabbage. I'm not going to get crazy with it, but I do think that is one of the guys that is completely slept on. His stuff last night was very, very good, and it helps when you get some support. You know how many times he's come out with a 3-run lead this season? None until last night. So they get the home run in the top of the first, and he comes out and he's like, all right, hit it. Come and get it. So he was able to pitch with a cushion, which he hasn't been able to do a lot. And he struck out 7. We alluded to the number, 5.5 Ks. He goes over that. But he did everything he was supposed to do. And he was pitching with a little extra gas and a little extra pep in his step. I don't think that him and Davey Martinez really got along that much. If it wasn't clear last night by how happy he looked, I don't think people are paying enough attention there.
Good call with that underdog. The dog that I liked got through as well. Tampa Bay over Detroit. 16 hits for the Rays. And that's a team. When they're a plus money dog, I know Detroit's always tough to go against, especially this year. But there's certain offenses, when I get them at a decent plus price, I'm going to take a look at it. And Tampa Bay is one of them. They won as well. So overall, pretty good. Your White Sox end the Blue Jays winning streak 2-1. It was kind of sad. Each team 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position throughout that one. The under clearly hits there. But, yeah, the Jays win streak finally comes to an end.
Didn't we talk about a Dodgers and Blue Jays parlay, and they both lose by a run?
They both lost.
And one of them had a lead late, just couldn't hold it. If I would have told you that the White Sox were going to win 2-1 yesterday before the show, what would you have said? 2-1. You probably would have said no chance.
That ain't.
What would that have paid out? A White Sox exact win 2-1, probably 30-1 or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, you expect if they somehow win, it's probably going to be by 1 run, not a bunch of runs, but not a 2-1 low scoring affair. But that's exactly what you got there in Major League Baseball. NBA, Devin Booker signs a massive extension. It's only 2 years in length, but dude's going to make $72.5 million a year for the next 2 years. Insane, man. I did a double take. I usually don't in the NBA anymore with this money, but 72.5 for that dude. Okay.
They will pay him more next year. I saw this from J. Hay Kid on X. Outstanding follow at J. Hay Kid. The Nugget Chef, they call him.
Okay.
Devin Booker will earn more per year on his new contract than the entire Marlins payroll for this season.
Wow. That's incredible. It's incredible. Man, that's a ton of money for 1 year on a team that's not going to do anything.
They're going to stink, man. They're going to stink next year.
But I guess you got to keep somebody. You can't just unload everything unless you're going completely in the tank, which I guess is possible. But that means nobody's showing up, and you're probably fighting for interest a little bit, anyways, when you're playing in Arizona. So, yeah, I guess you got to keep them. You failed with this guy. You failed with that guy. You thought you had something in the three-headed monster. 2 of them are terrible and gone. Just didn't work out. So. Yeah, we'll talk about that with Nick Friedel coming up next hour in the show. And there was bad news for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like, there are certain offensive tackles, when they go down, they're worth something to the point spread. It comes up when we're handicapping games, depending on the edges on the other side. But Tristan Wirfs looks like he's going to miss the start of the season for Tampa Bay. That's not good for them, man. Everything came together last year. People got hired off of the Bucs' performance. When something like this happens to start things off, you get a little queasy.
There are not many offensive linemen that are worth more than a point. I was texting with a guy this morning, and he said Wirfs is worth 1.5 points.
Ooh.
So take that for what you will. It's all relative to who the backup is, of course, but these elite tackles that can do both sides, pass and run block, are legit. And again, to say that one player on a 53-man roster is worth 1.5 points, that might not sound like a lot, but aside from quarterbacks that are worth anywhere from 4 to 7, 8, it's usually tackles, it's centers, it's defensive ends, and it's cornerbacks. Those are the ones that are generally worth the most. And if you put a point or 1.5 points next to a player, again, it sounds minuscule, but that is a lot for one player in terms of relating it to the point spread.
Let's put it this way. Of course, the quarterback is going to move the most, especially if you have a decent quarterback above average like Baker Mayfield is. Of all the non-quarterbacks on the team, everybody but Baker, he is worth the most of the point spread. Agree?
He's worth more than Mike Evans, put it that way.
Or Godwin. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. He is.
Yep. Yeah, you look at their center, look at the edges. Like, no, Wirfs is elite, and that's a concern before the year starts. If you're having bad injury news like that, like you look at the rest of that line, okay, that can be a little bit dicey moving forward. So, not good news with the Bucks, a division that we always look at and say, I think it's open. And there's a team in that division that we do like. It is not named the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, also not the favorite there. So, we'll take a look at that. Atlanta Falcons have come up many times on this show throughout the course of the year. What about the best off seasons overall, best and worst? That's on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
With you on a Thursday morning, Joe O, Sammy P. Great guests coming on throughout the show. We've got Nick Friedel, top of the hour at 10 o'clock Eastern. Shane Irving, 10:20 Eastern. We'll review hardball as well in the 10 a.m. hour. Scottish Open coming your way in a bit, but I noticed this was posted this morning by Seth Walder over at ESPN.com and just about some of these NFL off seasons. And this is the time of the year where you're going to see this. Okay, let's take a step back. Who did very well? Who did not? And it's kind of put in order like, okay, your highest grade first, and then work your way down to the lowest grades. So I think it's worth hitting all the teams that were given A's, but there's only one team. It was a flat A. There were some A minuses, but one team is graded higher than others. And it wasn't what I was expecting. It's the LA Rams. They became the hot bet last year. We know they came back. They end up winning the division after a slow start, all the offensive line injuries happening early on. But the ESPN.com article says the Rams had the best offseason in the NFL. Their biggest move, retaining Matthew Stafford. We remember the rumors that were going on with Staffy. Didn't know if he was going to return. He did. Move I liked, receiving a first-round future pick from Atlanta. Dislike signing Tutu Atwell. But obviously most of this is about Stafford. And the other day, Sam, we talked about, look, this is it, man. This is probably the window creaked open, maybe for the last time. We don't know how much longer Stafford is going to play. And if you look at his numbers, how they've been going down, now they've been more run heavy. That's been obvious. Sean McVay picks his running back, and he ends up being a workhorse. It's not the offense that we saw a few years ago because you're not going to get that Stafford as he approaches 40 years old here at this point in his career. But I was a little surprised to see that they thought the Rams had the best offseason.
I was too, but I was more surprised that the three best teams per the article in terms of having great off seasons, 1, 2, and 3 are all in the NFC West. That's very strange. Is Walder an NFC West guy? He's got the Rams with an A. He's got the Niners with an A-, and the Cardinals with an A-, mostly because they extended Trey McBride and brought in Josh Sweat, who just won a Super Bowl in Philly and dominated off the line there. So I think maybe we should pay a little bit more attention here. Not that they had good off seasons translates into they're going to go over the win total or whatever, and obviously they all can't win the division. But, to see A-, A-, A- at the top of a list of all 32 teams, and all three of them are in the same division, that's a little unexpected, no?
Certainly. Yeah, I didn't think that would be. If you're going to pick a division that had a great offseason, would that be the top of the list? I'm not sure I would get there. The San Francisco take is understandable. The Robert Saleh move, bringing him to be your D coordinator, bringing him back home where he thrived, it's going to be a very positive move, I think, for that defense. And the tough injuries that they dealt with last year, the easy schedule, now the Purdy conversation is dead. He's their guy moving forward. I understand why people are high on San Francisco. My only concern is that, okay, like so much is put on the injuries. Are we sure all of those same players are going to bounce back and be the players they were before or close to the players they were before? Father Time is undefeated in this sport. And usually as star players start going down to injuries, it doesn't stop, right? To expect them all to come back and be what they were, I question that a little bit. So I do kind of tamper down on some of the Niners luck, but I get it. Like you look at that schedule, if they stay relatively healthy, a little more injury luck on the positive side, they should be just fine and probably win that division.
They're going to go scheme over players on offense. That's basically what they're doing, at least at receiver, because you can't say that when you have Christian McCaffrey, clearly a player, a star player in this league. Ayuk is out for a while. He's going to start the season, I believe, on the PUP list, the physically unable to perform list. And it looks like they're saying he might come back like week 5, week 6, because he suffered the ACL, MCL injury in week 7. So if you go a whole year, you're around week 6 or 7. But Shanahan did indicate that would have been about a month ago that Ayuk will start the season on the PUP list. And last time I checked, that's 4 games, right? Isn't it like the first 4, I think? So
it always has been, yeah.
You're going to come into the season at wide receiver with Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, Demarcus Robinson, who used to play with the Rams, ironically enough. And then they drafted Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss, who they like. He's going to be a rookie this year. Nothing that wows you. And when I talked to Shope and the Bulldog on Friday, Shope is very, as you know, very fantasy driven. To use a fantasy angle, I don't know that I'm taking any of those guys before round 8 in fantasy. Pearsall, Jennings, Robinson, Watkins. But if Purdy can stay upright, stay protected, and do his thing and distribute the ball all over, you're not going to have the name value at receiver, but you can still get production. And then you've got McCaffrey, who by all accounts is looking in shape as ever. So that's going to be the plan. Trust Shanahan, trust the scheme, the system, all of that, the route running. But you don't have these big names at receiver until Ayuk comes back, of course. But that's going to be interesting to see how the offense clicks into shape in the first few weeks.
On the PUP list, it's 4 games after the roster cuts. During training camp, once you get after the roster cuts, then if you're on that list, then we're talking about 4 games. During training camp, it's not a guaranteed 4-game thing, just to clear that up. Now, there is one other team that got an A for their offseason. It was an A-, and this was the Denver Broncos. I think a lot of people are going to like them. I certainly understand. That defense was lights out, but the conversation is going to start with the rookie quarterback. Bo Nix going into year 2. Can he repeat that? Can he take another step? He outperformed expectations. There's no question about that. I mean, some people pointed to him and said, really? Really, Sean Payton? That's your guy? That's the guy that you've been waiting on to take as your quarterback moving forward? And it looked like he was spot on with that selection. So is Nix going to continue to improve? And then that defense, are they going to play as strong? We know in this league, there are certain defense that are good for a long period of time, but sometimes you'll have a team that plays lights out, and then the next year, that's tough to match. Maybe like the top team will go to like maybe 10 or 12 in the league, but that's what they're going to need to win.
They'll also need Bo Nix to not have that sophomore slump, which is much tougher than people believe. I want to stay in that division and then branch across to another team. He gave 2 teams Bs that I disagree with. He gave the Raiders a B, which on the surface, I guess I could get there, but he didn't like taking Genty. He gave them a B because they traded for Geno Smith and brought in Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly. Okay. The Genty move is the best move because he's the best player that they brought in. He's better than Geno. His ceiling is higher than Geno's. So I thought that was a weird grade. And I completely disagree with the Colts grade. Walter gave the Colts a B because they signed Daniel Jones to play quarterback. Give me a break.
He might be their starter. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's still Daniel Jones, and he's going to an offensive mind, but Daniel Jones is coming from a good offensive mind as a head coach and play caller with Dayball. So, yeah, I question that a little bit. That is a fair point on the Raiders. They're like, look, he's adding talent. I don't care. Here's where you have to look at the author of it. So if you're an analytics guy, how many of them are going to back using a valuable asset, and taking a running back? You're not going to find a lot of analytics guys that are going to do that because they think you should just wait and find a guy 3rd, 4th round, plug him in, and then a couple of years later you're going to get another guy that's going to plug it in. They don't want to pay the running back either. So you do kind of have to look at the author and say, okay, I see where he's coming from on that, and that's why he has that perspective. I'll say this: where was Seth Walder when I was in school? Because we got 32 teams in the league, and 31 out of 32 got a C or higher. Like, there's one D on this list. There's no Fs. Where were you at St. Pat's in the late 90s?
I didn't even scroll all the way to the bottom. Who had the worst offseason? I don't even know. Who is it?
Saints. New Orleans Saints. They got the D. What? Yeah, he gave them the grade.
I'll give the Saints the D. Don't worry. I'll give them the D. So, but back to the point on the Raiders here. You can't give them – how can you give them a B and then bash their first-round pick? If you bash their first-round pick, you can't give them a B. That's like, to your analogy, if you screw up the thesis of your paper, you can't get a B. So the biggest splash they made in the offseason is taking a running back with the 6th overall pick. And he doesn't like it, but he gives him a B. That's what I don't understand. I also don't get how you put the Raiders higher than the Bears when the Bears went out, poached Ben Johnson from a division rival, took their offensive brain and completely stole it. You address the O-line. You address the D-line, bringing in Grady Jarrett, who's a monster in the trenches. That's a much better offseason than the Raiders offseason. And I'm not saying that because I'm Bears guy, and neither are you, but
yeah,
the Bears had a better offseason than the Raiders. I don't understand that.
This is something we get into a lot of times with social media too. And I look at it and say, look, maybe the value isn't great. Maybe you don't love the value. But sometimes you've got to push the value to the side just a hair. Because if you have such a specific need, like who cares if you have to overspend a little bit? And if it works, who cares? I think that's the perspective he's coming from. He didn't like the Grady Jarrett signing. So he doesn't like the guarantee. He probably doesn't think he has that much left in the tank. If you talk to some Falcons fans, they will tell you that he didn't have much last year. Maybe that ends up changing in a new scenario, Ben Johnson and all that, all the excitement that you see around the Bears. Maybe. Like I look at the Tooney breakdown. I was fine with the Tooney trade. The Bears got an elite guard with an exceptional track record for a 4th-round pick, though I might have been tempted to not sign Tooney to a new contract. Like, we're picking nits here. You just said it. They have an awful offensive line. They got an elite guard. They gave up a 4th-round pick. Why do we have to pick on that? Like this is exactly what they need, and they got it. Overall, it's a good thing. We don't need to say, well, I don't know about re-signing him and all that. Like, no, let's create some continuity over the next couple years because that's what this line is going to be, and they're going to rework it moving forward with Ben Johnson at the helm.
Another article this week that just enraged me, which is good. That's the whole point. You want engagement and you want reaction. But another team, Minnesota. Minnesota probably has the best roster top to bottom in the NFC North. Now, the biggest question mark is the quarterback who's going to come in as an essential rookie. He's not technically a rookie, but this will be his first season, J.J. McCarthy. The Vikings did nothing wrong in the offseason. What did they do wrong? They get a C+? I don't get it. But it's a good read. You can disagree with it as much as you want. I mean, they have built that roster up over the last couple of years to be, I believe, the best in the division. Now, if the quarterback doesn't cut it, they're not going to win the North. But I think 1-53, that is the best roster. So why does it get a C+ when you probably upgraded a quarterback from Darnold to McCarthy? That I just don't understand. But
we're out on Seth Walder. We're out on Seth Walder. Second lowest grade, the Atlanta Falcons. Our Atlanta Falcons get a C-. He didn't like the trade for James Pierce. Look, I get it. Value-wise, you didn't like it. Don't give up a future first-round pick for an edge in the middle of the first round. However, they have no pass rush. Taking 2 SEC pass rushers in the first round when you want to win right now, I don't think is that bad of a thing. I don't know.
If you give me Seth Walder's 5 best ATS plays every week, I'll fade him to Pluto. Put it that way. Give me the bets, Walder. Put your money where your mouth is. We have a very small window left in this segment. Mm-hmm. One of my buddies is a conspiracy bettor. I'm sure you have a friend or two that bets on conspiracies. Okay. He has convinced himself that because Aaron Rodgers beat the Steelers 25 years ago, the Steelers are going to beat the Packers in the Super Bowl this coming season because he thinks that's how the world works.
What is that exacta? That's got to be a good number.
Did not look, but because it happened in 2011, it's going to happen on the inverse 25 years later.
Did this conversation happen at a bar? It sounds like it did.
No.
Oh,
He's
okay.
a conspiracy guy.
Oh,
No, he's in Chicago.
Okay, all right. Very good. Scottish Open update next. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
So now I'm thinking when Paul Aspen returns to U.S. soil in about 3 more months that the first person he's going to end up booking is Seth Walder, and he'll have no idea. Like, hey Seth, this preview, this offseason grade you gave, yeah, it sucks, by the way. Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. So Amir checked on this for your conspiracy theorist buddy. Steelers to beat the Packers in the Super Bowl. 500-1 over at BetMGM.
Nope.
Nothing? Not a dollar?
Nope. Not a dollar.
That number seems about right. Maybe it should be higher.
I did want to talk about something I saw the other day with Caleb Johnson. And depending on how you want to shape this, whether it's more on the players or more on the coaching and the schematics, but Arthur Smith basically did whatever he wanted with Derrick Henry, Bijan Robinson, and Najee Harris. And they played at really high levels under Arthur Smith. Now they've got Caleb Johnson, the rookie out of Iowa. That might be, I know we have a lot of people that like to do fantasy, daily fantasy, bet guys over under a season win total. Pay attention to Caleb Johnson. By all accounts, they are going to run him like crazy this year, and there's not a lot of competition in that backfield. In fact, they decided we don't need Najee Harris anymore. We're going to let him go to the Chargers. So that could be a guy, if you believe in Arthur Smith and you believe in the production that a lot of these backs had under Arthur Smith, again, Derrick Henry, Bijan Robinson, Najee Harris. Caleb Johnson might be a guy that could help you make the fantasy playoffs. And I didn't see a number on his season win total or his season rushing total, excuse me. It's KALEB. Let's see. Prop Shop has him 40-1, rookie of the year. That's at BetMGM. Wow, what a range there. 40, 30, 30, 20, 20. He's 120-1 to lead the league in rushing. And there's a number on his rushing yards. One book has 800.5. That might not be a bad over on Caleb Johnson.
So you think Jaylen Warren is going to be the secondary back? Or see, a lot of times what you see with rookies is they may start as the RB2 and then a month in the season they slowly take over. And to your point, what I think you're getting at, as the season moves on, then they're the workhorse, and then it's pretty much all of them. Like you could see that with Caleb Johnson. And a lot of times what you see with rookie running backs, like why waste time? It's a limited amount of time anyways for these running backs. So they want to use them up, and let's see what we got here. So yeah, it looks like it's just Jaylen Warren. If you look at some of these depth charts, they have him plugged in as RB1, but your point being, there's a reason they took Caleb Johnson where they did.
And there's a reason one book has him at 800.5. That's not a number on a backup running back. That is a number that is indicative of a guy becoming the guy. And there's no doubt which running back has more upside and more versatility. That's Caleb Johnson. So, all right, maybe Jaylen Warren comes out of the gate week 1, starting at running back, Jaylen Warren. And then week 3, Mike Tomlin, Arthur Smith realize, oh, the other guy's better. The younger, quicker, more versatile back is our better player. And if there's one thing the Steelers do, they play the best guys. That's why they're always over 500 with Mike Tomlin, because they play who deserves to play.
Yep. He's going RB26 in very early drafts. That's a guy that you would want to stash. Like if you're drafting one guy, take Caleb Johnson. And that makes a lot of sense to me. There's a lot of, man, look, when talking about the Offensive Rookie of the Year award, we've stated that this is probably a running back year. It isn't always a running back year. It's tough to beat quarterbacks. But when you have a year in which there aren't any quarterbacks that truly impress you, now, maybe our opinions change when the season starts. Maybe it could be a Saints guy, Maybe Cam Ward has an outstanding year. That offensive line improves. We'll see, but you can find value, as you mentioned with Johnson at 40-1 for offensive rookie of the year on running back. And the running back most people are going to bet is Ashton Genty. Well, if you go down a little bit and you look at Caleb Johnson, he was the only guy drafted in the 3rd round. He could be a guy that could end up taking over that job and winning that award. It's a talented group, though. I will say that. Like, we've talked about this. Of course, people like Genty. It's going to be a tough situation there. You like Hampton. I was talking about Judkins, Travion Henderson. I know the Pats fans are going wild about him. It's an enticing running back group. And if Scatterboo gets any time, Giants fans are going to go nuts.
Scatterboo. I saw him hawking creatine or something on Instagram the other day.
I did too.
I'm like, oh.
I did too. I saw that.
Why is this in my algorithm? I'm Cam Scatterboo, and I love creatine. Like, what? Thank you,
I was like,
I guess.
I was confused too. It was like, wait, what is going on? The creatine gummies keep popping up in my algorithm. I'm like, this.
Did you hear? By the way, did you hear Joe Rogan likes creatine gummies? Joe Rogan
Yeah.
creatine.
Oh. He likes tasty gains. Look at these. It's so weird.
Okay, so I'm not the only one.
It's
I'm
not
not
just-
the only one
okay.
that's getting the creatine.
It's
garbage.
everywhere.
I take creatine, but I don't need to see a creatine gummy ad every time I scroll.
Yeah, it's all I'm getting. And you get the guy with the white goatee. Like, yeah, all these companies. If Rogan, I don't even know if it's real. If Rogan ever says anything on their show, they use that clip, and man, do they make so much money on that. See, Joe Rogan said it. It's got to be true. Oh man,
I see a lot of Rogan on the feed. I like Rogan, for the record. I don't need to see the creatine ad every time I pull up Instagram. And one more thing on Instagram.
Yeah.
If we're friends on Instagram, if you send me 12 unanswered reels in my messages and I don't respond, take a hint. I have one friend
Kind of reels
that has sent me, well, like when they send them to your direct messages, because
Yeah,
they
yeah,
have
yeah.
the little arrow up
want you
and
to
to the
see
right,
it.
that little.
Yeah.
I have one friend that has sent me 60 reels in a row, and I have not responded to one of them. And he's not taking a hint.
What are they about?
60. Anything and everything.
Oh, it's not one subject that he thinks you're interested in.
It's a potpourri of things. But if I haven't responded to the first 10, you think I'm going to respond to the next 50? Maybe I'm a bad friend, but I don't know. And then you get the friends that they realize you're not responding to reels, so they'll text you the reels to your bat phone. Like to circumvent your guard. Like I have this wall up and I'm not on Instagram a lot. I usually just approve reels that the BetMGM network puts out. But then I got guys that realize I'm not reading the reels that they send to my messages, and then they will text them to me directly, which, it drives me insane. You want to piss me off in the middle of the day? Send me an Instagram reel at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Good thing Jake's not here, because if he heard this, like the reels would be showing up in Ramley. Like there's no doubt about it. You don't have to respond. But yeah, really, I gotta make sure Sammy P sees this right now. I got to he's not responding to his messages on Instagram. I'm gonna hit him up on his text. He's got to see this. That's wild. But yeah, I think I have some friends that do the same thing. They're sharing it, but I don't think you have to respond. Sometimes I'll give a thumbs up, but yeah, I don't have to respond.
I kind of want to show you, but I don't want you to see who it is.
Okay.
I'm gonna figure this out. Hold on.
This could be anything.
I'm gonna put a Post-it note over the name, and then just scroll. How about that? We'll just do that. Okay.
You're gonna do this on the show or during the break?
Yeah. So these are the reels. Okay. Oh, damn it!
I missed it. Anyways.
Well,
I couldn't make it out.
I don't know. People are pretty good these days. I got the fan on, so I got to move the fan. You know what? I wasn't prepared for this. I'll do it later in the show.
Don't worry about it. Okay, no problem. We've got a Scottish Open update. It's strange being here in the morning and the Thursday and talking about the golf update. And most guys, not all, but a good hunk of them are already done on the day. And we were talking during the break. is Sepp Straka a Paul Aspen guy? Because right now he is tied for the lead. He's done for the day in the first round at 6 under. Jake Knapp also 6 under par. Echeverria 6 under as well. But yeah, the Scottish Open underway, and I'm looking at the top of the board, Sam, and it's not a lot of the huge names that you would expect when it comes to the Scottish Open. All right, Scotty Scheffler, he's T7. He is 3 shots back, and he's 4-1 as your favorite 3 shots back.
I saw MGM had 5. Yeah, they do have 5 right now. So if you're going to bet Scheffler, I would rather bet Scheffler now, knowing that he's only 3 back, than bet him pre-flop. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but now that I know he's in the hunt, that would be ideal. I mean, he was, to win this tournament, wasn't he 6-1 to begin with? So now you're going to give me 5-1 and he's only 3 back? I don't understand that. Usually when he's 3 back, he's 3-1.
Shorter.
So that's an interesting number on Scheffler. Look, Valimaki, I did have a morsel on Valimaki, first round leader. He was 1 under with like 14 holes to go, and I was like, let's go. And then he finished even. He was very average today. Is even average? I guess maybe not average, just better than average.
It depends on the course, yeah.
Yeah, you got a lot of guys that were even today. Let's see. The even started at 36 and goes all the way down to 65. So 30 golfers more or less shot even today. So that's average. He was average. Unfortunately, we didn't get the 125-1 hit on Valimaki, first round leader. My bad.
Yep. You take shots once in a while. You know, a guy that I wasn't really considering, Ludwig, same score as Scheffler, 3 under par. He's 28-1, pretty close to what the number was before starting this tournament. So we'll keep you updated, especially if there's a change at the top. The first round leader over at the Scottish Open. All right, coming up next, we're going to hit on the NBA. Our buddy Nick Friedel will drop by. And after Friedel, Shea and Irving, an hour you won't want to miss. This is Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you on a Thursday. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Thursday morning. Thanks for hanging out. Follow the show on xbet_sweat, Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. On the line, Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, we want to go over some NBA win totals. What we thought our takeaways were from some of them. Everything else going on in the league as well. But, you got the Cubs hat. You've got the Cubs shirt. A few other things on the mind as well. Let's start with the Cubs. I think you're one of the fans that Sam always laughs at because life has been very good this season, but any side of trouble, like, oh no, everything's about to fall apart. I was asked the other day, and this is the obvious question everybody is addressing right now with the Cubs and the trade deadline looming. And is this going to be the only year that you actually have Kyle Tucker, Jed Hoyer, end of his contract? So how hard are they going to go? The question I always hear asked is, are the Cubs going to get a starter? Okay, who's the starter going to be? And my response is, I don't think they need one starter. I think they need at least two starters because you can't expect this Boyd thing to continue. Where do you fall on that?
Joe, I think they need two starters, and I think they need another bullpen arm. And if you have all those things, as we well know, that's going to take a lot to make those trades. So that's where my angst as a Cubs fan is coming through here. I know they haven't played too well in Minneapolis, and you go at that schedule after the break, and you're kind of like, it might change and might get a little tougher than what we've seen in these last couple months. But the much larger issue for me is I still just don't believe in Ricketts. And when you don't believe that the owner's actually going to spend when the time comes to spend, and this obviously leads towards Kyle Tucker in the offseason, but even leading up to the trade deadline and being able to allow your front office and Jed Hoyer to make moves, when you don't have that confidence, I don't care how good they've looked at times, I just don't believe that everything's going to line up when they're going to need it later in the year. So I've been a Cubs fan my entire life. It's the one team that I still pay attention to day after day after day. And I know they've looked good. I hope it can continue. But these last few days have been a reminder that there are a lot of flaws, I feel like, beneath the surface. And if you don't get that starting rotation in order to start, I think the Jenga tower could start toppling down a little bit in the next couple months.
Speaking of teams you've been a fan of for a long time, not your whole life because they weren't around that long. Orlando Magic. The win total is 51.5. 51.5 on the Magic. Your thoughts?
Oh, my. Sammy, I moved from the Chicago suburbs when I was very little, and the story in my family goes that there was a store before the Magic had even played a game. I was like 6 years old, and I walked into the store, and it was called the Magic Fanatic. And, of course, they didn't have A's. They spelled them with stars at that point because that was the old-school Magic logo. And my mom says I walk into the store, and I look around, and I see all the Magic gear, and I say, goodbye, Chicago. Hello, Orlando. And so from that point on, everything that the Magic have done has been something special because it reminds me of moving to a new place and being around this team that was just coming into existence. I say all that to tell you that 51.5, even hearing that, I go, oh, whoa. 51.5 is if every single guy stays healthy, if they click instantly with Bane, if Paolo Banchero takes the next step, if Wagner can be better than what we've seen. That seems like a lot of variables specific to the win total that I would feel comfortable with going on the over. If I were looking at this objectively, and it is tough with the Magic because I do still wish them well over time, I would probably lean towards the under because when you're looking at a number that's that high, what you're banking on is for everything to go well. And guys, in the NBA, especially with injuries, especially with what we saw from the Magic last year, it's rare when every single thing goes well.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday. Like, okay, 51.5. We're talking about just to get the over, they need a minimum of an 11-win jump. And for some reason, this is the team that people have circled. Okay, Boston, they're losing wins. Indiana, they're going to lose wins. How many? I don't know. That's the challenge in that for bettors, trying to figure out the win total. But for some reason, people are pushing those wins over to the Magic that are going to be more attainable in the Eastern Conference. Where do you think the wins are going to go in that East?
You'd like to believe, Joe, that on the surface, the wins would probably start showing up more for the Knicks. But as you say, all right, the Pacers are going to go this direction because of the injuries, and the Celtics, obviously, with no Tatum, and they're redoing at least part of that roster. I don't think they're going there. The Knicks should just collect all these extra wins. But when you change coaches and you change your mentality that's based around Tibbs and all the craziness that he can bring, I don't see that as good of a coach as Mike Brown is, that a coach can have that much of an adjustment year to year. So that really is the issue in the East. I'm not sure where those wins go. I think somebody is going to come out of that kind of bottom tier and start collecting those really bad teams that they're supposed to beat in January and February, and things can turn. A team that at least pops to mind is Atlanta. I've never been a big fan of Trae Young as the guy, and I think the hype that we've seen in the last couple of weeks since the draft, where everybody goes, oh, look at Atlanta, they're making these moves. Well, you still have to believe that Trae Young can be kind of the face and the engine of what that team needs, and that Porzingis in a contract year is going to be able to stay on the floor. We'll see. But the East is wide open. The team that makes sense as we're talking through this is the Magic. But, Joe, I say that. I don't think they're 11 wins better than what they've been, and that's with Bane, because I don't think they can stay healthy. So, when you're trying to break down what's going to happen, at least for right now, I would wait to see what else happens in these next few weeks before I went to the window and I said, all right, I feel comfortable about one of these teams making that run that you need.
Most people want to talk about the good to great teams, but I want to focus on the bottom of the barrel. I saw this on X. Evan Abrams does a great job with betting stats and betting history. Going back to 2000, this is from Sports Odds History. The 4 lowest win totals have all gone over. That's the Sixers in 14. They go over 16. The Bobcats in 04 go over 16.5. The Sixers in 13 go over 16.5. And my 2001 Chicago Bulls with Eddie Curry and Tyson Chandler go over 18.5 in 2001. Here's the Utah Jazz. 18.5. Not saying that it's going to happen, but the 4 lowest win totals we've seen this millennium have all crept over. Can Utah get to 19 wins? That's my question.
Sammy, I love that we live in an era in 2025 that we can have this conversation. And it is legitimate because of the money that's involved. That's why the games and the talk around them has evolved to a point where this really is fascinating. I think it's a great stat. And what I would tell you is there are so many bad regular season NBA games that, hell yeah, I think Utah can get to 19 wins. Utah was so clearly tanking last year. They wanted no part of being better. They wanted no part of the development to a point. Like they're making sure guys sit down, and they do all that, and they land with that pick. Now, they roll the dice because they take Ace Bailey and they say, hey, we'll give you all the time you want. Come out here and develop and get better. But specific to the question of can they hit that over, absolutely, I think they can. And I say that as somebody who has watched the league year after year after year. And the devaluation of the regular season, to me, has been unbelievable. you see games where you see guys on the floor just kind of going through the motions. And it's not that they're not playing to a high level. It's just that they're not playing to the same high level they're going to play at when there's a game that's actually on the line. So if you're looking at really, really low totals, I would tell you, as bad as a team may be, and as much as they still want to tank, they're going to give their younger players plenty of time in most of those games to really try and develop their own game. In this case, because of the variables around them, I would lean towards that over in Utah, and I'd say, hey, they've got a couple young, talented players still. They're trying to find their way. And if you just play hard some nights in the NBA, guys, you're going to beat some of the other teams that are out there.
With Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider, this is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you. Well, speaking of Utah, we've got friends that are looking for a summer league bet. Just something to watch and something to say, okay, let me put something down on a champion here. And I say, speaking of Utah, because they're the favorite, Nick. They're the favorite. I'm not asking for a pick, but if you're looking, just something to keep an eye on for the summer league. And we've seen crazy things happen. We've seen the Bulls win it in recent years. What would you look for? Are you looking for high draft picks, guys that you think are going to get a lot of run? Like, what would you be looking for? As far as the odds board, it's Utah at the top, then Toronto, Philly, and Minnesota.
It's funny saying this, Joe, but I view it like I would view a college team, in that you need one or two guys that are going to the pros, and then you need a bunch of talented guys around them that know the role on their team. And you say, oh, well, everybody, it's the NBA Summer League. Of course, guys are going to the pros. But when you really break down some of these rosters, there's only one or two guys that are ever actually going to make a difference on an NBA squad. There are not that many players, when you go team by team by team, that are going to be in the NBA. So I would try to watch it early and see, okay, who looks like they're actually listening to what the coach is saying, because that's always key in Summer League. And who, when you look at the high-level draft picks, looks like they're having an immediate impact. And I think that's why Utah, in this case, probably is getting some buzz, because you're saying, all right, they've got a little talent up front, and they know kind of the system that they're going to play in. But the Summer League betting cycle is one that I absolutely love to watch, because, guys, we've seen it. You all have been in there, certainly. Sammy, you go into those Vegas games, and you know who's got money on the line in the stands. Like, you can watch in real time some dude behind the bench in row 22 who's sitting there going, oh, come on, hit this three, let's go. And the momentum can be there. But if you were throwing down money on a team and you were kind of looking at the rosters, I would look at who's got a top pick playing, and you don't have one of those stories that come out and say, all right, well, he's only going to play one or two games. And I'd also look at who has the solid college players, at least on the roster around them, that are going to be out there and they know what they're doing. And that's not always the cure-all for everything, because, as we know, Denzel Valentine and the Bulls really got rolling and got hot and won that Summer League a few years ago. But I do think it's a precursor as far as a roster build in Summer League if you're looking to win a couple bucks somewhere.
We've got about a minute and a half left. When I moved to Vegas, people were saying, oh, pro sports will never work in Vegas. And then the Knights went all the way to the Stanley Cup final. And then the Raiders moved there. And the Athletics are going to go there. It feels inevitable that the NBA goes there. Maybe with LeBron. LeBron and John Henry, wink, wink. The NBA's going, right? It's almost not if, it's when.
It's Vegas and Seattle. It's always felt like it was Vegas and Seattle, Sammy. And it would be a shocker to those that are around the league day to day if it doesn't end up being those two franchises at the forefront of any expansion that there's been. And I tell you, anecdotally, for me, I didn't think that the all these different pro teams would struggle in Vegas, but I had my doubts. And then I went out to one of my good friend's bachelor parties a few years ago, and we went to a Golden Knights game. and everybody pooled their money for this kid who was getting married. He ended up having, like, I want to say $1,000 on the over in some Golden Knights Calgary Flames game. And all I kept thinking to myself was, this is going to work. And this is obviously beyond the NBA and what's going to happen here in the next few years. But you go to Vegas and all you want to do is have a blast. But specific to the pro teams and the NBA getting there, all these people are going to go to these games now, and they're either going to live bet or they're going to put their slip in and get it at some window somewhere, and they're going to enjoy the moment. And I think that's what Vegas can sell better than anybody else right now. Come here, enjoy your time, see a pro game, and come back later on and keep the rhythm going.
Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA insider. Enjoy the rest of your summer. Enjoy the rest of the Cubs season. I think it'll be mostly positive. Then we'll revisit.
Let's hope so, Joe.
October.
Let's hope so. 9 years is long enough, you know?
Yep, I gotcha. HyundaiUSA.com. They put safety first and everything else second. Up next, oh boy, hide the women and children. Shane Irving is next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network.
We go from our buddy Nick Friedel to Shay and Irving. Always high demand on the show. Always get a response after Shay and Irving visits. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats. Weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Shay and Irving, he's got Dan Patrick Takes a Gamble. And also the Shay and Irving Show. Sam, I know you were able to listen to the full thing. I listened to a taste. I got my Epstein taste.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't have time to get through the whole thing. That happens after the show. What's up, Shay? How you feeling, man?
I'm disappointed in everything because they won't release the list, and it's very infuriating to me and everybody who thought that was going to get released. I mean, this is clearly an inside job by our intelligence services and Israel's, and I think everybody's afraid to admit it. So that's a fact.
Isn't it clear by now that Epstein has something on a lot of people, and if he goes down like that, it's World War III? I mean, maybe not that serious, but clearly he knows where the bodies are buried.
I think there will be, for the sake of stability in the Middle East, they told Trump, shut up. This is clearly an Israeli operation. But if we come out and say, guess what? It's the Jews. Like, that's a problem, right? People are going to freak out. Especially nowadays.
All right, so what's on the docket for you in the next 24 hours?
Going to Vegas, 7 a.m. But, y'all, Saratoga opens today. It's Toga Day, baby. And the first race, I do love the winner, number 5, to win the thing. It's odds-on favorite, though. Who cares? But number 6. Purpose is in the mix, 8-1 right now. So put that under on the keys or exactas, or bang it if you want it. But I'm going to Vegas, 7 a.m. Got a 7 a.m. flight, which is going to suck.
But you will land tomorrow, and you will go cash a Saquon Barkley offensive player of the year ticket. Offensive player of the year. I want to send you a text. Actually, I can just read it. This is from Rainbow Ray, producer of Dan Patrick Takes a Gamble. Yo, I'm very dumb. I forgot the Barkley ticket in Connecticut when we were supposed to leave for Vegas.
Shut up.
Is there anything you can do for me? I'm an idiot.
What a coward. What a coward. He knows I'm in Connecticut. He knows darn well he could ask me to go figure it out, but he knows I would roast him and beat him up verbally. Are you kidding me?
He overnighted it. So he's got it. But I don't know. He overnighted. I don't have it. It's in Connecticut. But he thought that I could. I don't know. Maybe somebody in the studio. Maybe somebody's there. Whoever. So the ticket's there now. So crisis averted. And I don't know if he was going to tell you or not, but now you have that ammo. He thought that I could make a phone call and get that thing cashed without the actual ticket.
Without the ticket. Are you insane?
Don't worry. MGM and I are pretty close. I got this covered. Yeah. What an idiot.
So the whole reason for this trip, or, sometimes we make excuses to do things, to get out of town, to get to Vegas, right? Was to cash this ticket, and this was a shared ticket. Is that how the bet was
that's
done?
the part I do have a qualm, with Sam about that. You and I have experienced a lot of things together. We have a history together. I introduced you to these bums, and obviously your relationship with them. I'm happy that you guys are friends. It's not like us. It ain't the same, Sammy. And you give these dudes money out of your pocket? No. That should be for me. What are they going to do, Sam? They're going to go, what they're going to do? They're going to spend it on booze or something in Vegas when booze is free. I'm going to go straight to the tables, and I was going to put $2,000 on the pass line and have somebody roll the dice. That's it. They won't let me do it.
I gave the ticket to the show. I guess I apologize for not giving the full ticket to you. That's my bad.
Yeah, you should have, because I'm going to invest it wisely. And these kids, they're going to want to go to a club or go get a steak dinner. It's Vegas. They think it's shiny and fancy. Yeah. I'm going to be on Fremont, dude. Weird.
Okay, so I assume you've got a bet or two in mind that you're going to make for the upcoming NFL or college season. What are you betting out there?
Well, okay, here's my problem. Here's my problem when it comes to futures, and MGM might get mad at me for saying this, so censor it if you have to. I don't place any of my future bets with real money, dude. I hit the bookie for all those. I'm not putting real money on the street to wait for a payoff 6 months later. Like, I'm hitting that with the bookie because it's all on credit, and it doesn't affect my limit. So, but with that being said, I'm betting on Arch to win the Heisman. That's happening. I don't care what the odds are. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Well, there is a really good price. One of the books in Vegas. Actually, I think the book that you're cashing the Barkley ticket at has Arch 9-1. And if you look at MGM, some of these other books, Joe, you brought it up yesterday. 6-1, 625.
Really?
I believe the Westgate still. I'm going to look right now. I believe the Westgate has a 9-1, or at least they did.
Yeah, I mean, of the legal books throughout the states, there's 7's the best price that you can get. But I'd imagine with a guy that, I mean, the future prices usually stink, right? Like, that's been part of the conversation with what's happening with the tax rate and all this stuff.
Oh, dude.
Throughout the country is like,
back to the bookies, baby. Back to the
bookies.
bookies.
People are going back. But for futures, those prices are usually the worst, right?
Yeah.
What they give you.
100%. But, it's credit. Living on credit, baby. Welcome to America. I'm a patriot.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. They opened him 9-1. He is now plus 550 at this book.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
yeah.
that is the same book, Shay, that had the Cowboys at 8.25 to win the NFC East. Bad number, because that's down to 6-1 now. So the Westgate Superbook apparently hates Arch Manning and hates the Cowboys.
I think the Cowboy. I mean, what's the Cowboys' price down to win the East?
Over there, they're still the highest. Well, they were 825. I wrote a story about it, and now they are. They got hit. They took a what was it, Joe? $8,000 bet or a $5,000 bet at 8-1. They're plus 730. Probably still one of the better prices in the market. A lot of books have 5-1.
All right, I don't like this at all. I don't like it one bit. I don't.
Why?
Because I want to hit it. I want to hit that. I want to hit that.
Oh,
I want to hit that number. Yeah. And that scares me. That's not good. It's not a good sign.
Shane Irving on the show. If you haven't picked up, if you haven't heard Shay before, he's a big Cowboys fan. I wanted to ask you about your Cowboys. And I'm not saying this because you're on the air with us right now. Like, Sam can attest to this. I've been talking about the Cowboys for months, but I figured I got to check in with Shay, see where he's at. It's not going to be the same with the Eagles. They don't have the same depth.
No.
We know about the big receiver that they add to this Cowboys defense. I'm a little concerned that Eberflus is running the show on the defensive side because I know what that's all about. But what we've seen from Dak is when he deals with these big injuries, he comes back and he's like MVP level guy. I was also looking at some of his props: 3,800 passing yards, 26.5 on the passing touchdowns, with maybe the best group of receivers that he's had. What do you think about the Cowboys this season overall in Dak too?
So I've got a couple group chats with Dallas folks, and they are depressingly optimistic, and so am I. Because I think, A, Eagles ain't going to be the same. I agree with you. B, more importantly, the Commanders. Listen, NFL takes about a year to figure you out. And then next year, they got a game plan. So Jaden ain't going to have the year he had, and I don't think the Commanders going to have the year they had. That defensive line is still going to be legit, but the Cowboys have weapons around Dak, and you're right. Whatever doctor he's had over the last couple of years and whatever, protocol or medicine they're putting him on after injuries, he comes back fighting. And he's primed for a resurgence. The head coach is a huge red flag. So is the DC. I'm not sold on any of that crap. The real question is, can they win the dumb games they're supposed to lose? Can they win at Vegas, right? That's a dumb game the Cowboys normally lose. Can they win the dumb games? Because I think they can compete wholeheartedly with the Commanders and the Eagles.
What about the AFC? Baltimore is somehow favored to win the AFC, despite flaming out year after year in the playoffs.
I know.
It's Baltimore, Buffalo, then Kansas City at several shops. Kansas City's been to 3 Super Bowls in a row. What am I missing here?
I don't understand, unless the quad is so impossible to hit. I don't understand how the rate. I can get sold on the Bills. I can get sold on the Bills. I can for sure, but not Lamar anymore. I can't against the Chiefs. I think Josh Allen has a better chance of beating the Chiefs than Lamar does for sure. But I don't give a darn about any of them. Give me Joe Burrow plus 1,000. Bingo, bango, bongo. Give me some value there, dude.
Let's jump back to the NFC. We talked about the East. And if we're talking big picture, obviously another threat is Detroit. I'm selling Detroit this year. What do you think?
I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, I'm selling the Niners. I'm selling the Rams. I'm selling the Packers. I like the Cowboys a lot. I like the Cowboys.
Are you buying?
I do. It's bad. I don't want to admit it. That's the thing is I don't want to admit it because I'm a curse. I know that if I get I'm supposed to be apathetic. Jerry deserves my anger and disdain after what he's put me through. I should not be interested in this year at all. And I'm really in him. Gosh, dang it, I'm into him.
Well, it's all price. I've got the range here on them to win the East: 5-1, 550, 550, 6-1, 6-1, 675, and then there's a 7 and a 730 in Vegas.
That's a good number,
dude. Why would you ever bet the 550 when you can bet the 7 or the 730?
Even at the 6, that's a good. That's I don't know. I think that's crazy. I think minus 150 for Philly to win the East is bananas. Bananas.
Why are you selling Green Bay and San Francisco?
I don't think Green Bay's quarterback is worth anything. I don't think he's good. I don't think he's good at all. And I think that he's going to have his number called against Minnesota. I don't think I think Minnesota wins the North.
I just looked at flights for tomorrow after the show. I don't think I can pull this off to Vegas. I don't know, man.
Come
on,
I don't know.
dude.
Wait. I landed like 9 a.m.
Look, you made this about you when you said I should have just given you the ticket on Barkley and not everybody else. I didn't even know about this trip until last week.
That's not fair. I've texted you. That's not fair. I've texted you 100 times about this, and you were like,
BS.
no.
100 times?
100 times. I'll go through. I'll scroll through. I will scroll through right after my conference call with DHS. I will scroll through, and I'll show you exactly what I texted. All right.
I make the line 1.5, and I'm max betting the under on times
I don't know how to search text messages, but some nerd will tell me because we talked about July, and you were like, "That's got to be hot," and I was like, "So bring a swimsuit, man. Let's party."
Yeah, Sam, you're going in August too.
Exactly. That's what you said. I'm already going in August. That's exactly what you said. And by the way, Fontainebleau has like 4 pools. You know they're making us do like a whole schedule, right? Like I got to like go to dinners and all this other stuff.
Just
like
fake sick.
Dinners?
You'll be fine.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly. Have fun finding me. I'm out of here.
Good luck. Sam's on vacation after Friday's show too, by the way.
Dude. This is weak sauce. You ain't got no kids, dude. Man, you're a bum.
Why don't you come with me in August? They're putting me up at the Circa.
I told you, dude, sell me a story for the roommate. Like, I was like, we have to cash his ticket. We're doing it for the show. I got to go, blah, blah, blah. She was like, all right, fine. I need something. I told you I got to have something. Like going up to Boston. Okay, we're going to the Red Sox Yankees. I need a story to sell her, and hopefully that she doesn't ever listen to this show, and then we're good.
Okay. I'll work on that. We got time. We got like a month because I leave a month from Saturday.
Let's go. I've never been to Circa.
Me neither. I'm surprised you haven't. Oh, damn. You talk Texas, talk Arch. Is there another team that you're in on?
In college?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to scream LSU for a second. That's for sure. You got to talk about that. I think A&M's also going to be better than people think. I don't like Bama one bit. Obviously, Georgia's Georgia. Buckeyes, blah, blah, blah. I used to love Franklin, but I don't anymore. I don't know. I really don't like. I think Texas wins nine games, right? Make the playoffs, 9-3, and then Arch becomes a Supermaning, and we win the national championship. That's where my head went. That's the painting in my brain. That's the Picasso that I got. But obviously, the Bulldogs have our number, and that's my fear.
I'll be betting them if they lose to Ohio State or Florida or both, I'll bet them to win the title after that. Give me 10-1, give me 11-1 or something like that. I would be in.
That's fair.
I also we got like 30 seconds left. I cannot wait for your weekly list on DP Gamble Show. What was it, Joe? Bomb droppers over the fake Mormons.
Yeah. My favorite one.
Yeah, he censors half of those. He's like, you can't say that. You can't make fun of them.
DP's got to clarify. Okay, just for our listeners and viewers, this is what he means. This is the actual selection.
Air Force.
Shay and Irving.
Bomb droppers.
Check out the Shay and Irving Show. Dan Patrick takes a gamble. Enjoy Vegas. Enjoy when Sam joins you at some point this weekend out there. Coming up next, hardball review. Sam's making me do it on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
So if we're making a number on Sammy P to appear in Vegas this weekend, Sam, what are the odds?
The no
favorite?
is about as high as Cooper Flag was to go number one.
Wow, you're out. Damn. I thought there might be a chance. I thought he might talk you into it. Because it looked like, as you were discussing, going to Vegas, cashing that ticket, the fellas hanging out, you're like, I could see a little bit of jealousy. Like you're thinking, could I pull this off? I kind of want to right now.
I went back during the break and I looked at our texts and
hundreds.
The text, hundreds. I told you 100 times, he said, about Vegas. So my text delete on my phone after 30 days. So I had to go back through my computer, and he told me in May that they might go in July. Might go in July. To which I said, I'm going in August. I'm probably not going to go back to back. That's the extent of the conversation. I didn't know the entire Dan Patrick show and the Dan Patrick Gamble show was going out on an event to celebrate the ticket that I gave them.
He didn't say that? Like that would be one of the first people I contact. Oh man.
I think he maybe thought he told me. But no, definitely don't have, hey, we're all going together, the show's going. It's fine. I don't need that validation, but just to clear that up, I was not told 100 times that the show was going out there this week.
Yeah. If you were, I think you would have found a way. There's no doubt about it. Well, I found a way to watch. I found a way to watch Hardball, Sam. I did. So you sent a clip the other day, I think 2 days ago, of Hardball. You watching it at your house. Did you just go to that clip, or did you also watch the entire movie this week?
I watched the whole thing, but I've seen it 15 times.
15?
At least.
Okay. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yes.
And I was thinking, God, this movie stinks during the movie, early on. And like there were some things I'm like, God, this is rough. Okay, the opening scene. They're trying to really sell you. Keanu Reeves' character is a drunk and he's a gambling addict. And then he owes these two different bookies all this money, and he takes a shot. He tries to run out of the bar after losing a big bet, and then they catch him out in front of the bar, and he puts his fist through a car window and his head through the bar window. I'm like, it was such bad acting, just showing you how out of control he is. Like, this is going to be awful. And then I saw him trying to hit fungos at the first practice. I'm like, come on, Keanu, you couldn't practice this a little bit? Come on, you're a big-time actor. A little practice before you started filming for the movie. Like, those two things stood out. But I got to say, halfway in, the movie sucked me in, and I fell in love with certain characters. It was a lot better than I thought it would be.
I knew it. I knew you'd like it. As a fellow Little League coach, I knew you'd be drawn to the players on the team. I'm going to guess. I mean, G-Baby's probably 1A for you. You probably felt for G-Baby. But I'm going to guess that you liked Miles, the kid who pitches with the headphones on to Big Papa.
How'd you know?
I knew it because I know you. Because I know.
There's no doubt. Oh yeah. And his delivery reminds me of one of my top pitchers who had 7 strikeouts in 3 innings in our playoff win the other night. His delivery looks just like Noah. So I was just like, yeah, that's my guy. And then the piece of crap coach on the other side. Oh, it's a safety issue. This is stuff I deal with all the time. He's got to take the Walkman off because he's listening to Notorious B.I.G. I love it when you call Big Pop, and it's helping him. And they see that. They're like, oh, no, you can't have that. You got to remove the Walkman. That coach on the other side, like, yes, I see that all the time. I thought that was hilarious. So this is based on a true story, huh?
Oh, I didn't know that. Is it really?
Well, I looked it up. Is Hardball a true story? AI says it is. It was inspired by Daniel Coyle's book Hardball: A Season in the Projects, which chronicles a real life situation of a little league baseball team in the Cabrini Green housing projects in Chicago. Like, they take liberties with certain things. I don't know if it's about a gambler. Is there the love interest? Probably not. Like, that's probably made up with the teacher. By the way, Diane Lane, very nice, very nice. She was excellent. You knew they were going to win the ship. You knew he was going to get the girl in the end, but that's okay sometimes.
But you didn't know about how the G-Baby situation was going to end. And I'm not going to spoil it for anybody that hasn't seen it, because I assure you, people listening right now, there are some that have not seen the movie. I thought they put a ribbon on it really well. It started a little slow, but then when he starts managing the team, that's when it takes off. Because him as a character, he's a scumbag. You don't really like him until probably the final 25% of the movie. That's Connor O'Neill is his name, right? Connor O'Neill. That's the character that Keanu plays. And his buddy Tiki.
Oh, that guy's a bum.
Yeah, he's a bum too. He's also Kenny Powers' brother in Eastbound and Down. That actor who played.
Oh,
Tiki.
I didn't pick up on that. Okay.
Yeah. A couple things. Your comment on the Boo-Wah's coach. When he comes out and goes, "Oh, look, Jamal's birth certificate's been forged. That's supposed to be an 8. It's a 9." And then they kick Michael B. Jordan, Jamal, off the team before the game. And then the game starts and he makes Miles take the headphones off. And Keanu Reeves says to him, "This should be about these kids playing ball, not about the trophy you bring to work."
He was right. He was right, man. That's true. And that definitely happens. Yeah. Risking kids' health for $5 plastic rings, like, it happens all the time. There is one thing. When he took Diane Lane's character on a date, I thought it was hilarious. They went to Sluggers. Like, who goes to Sluggers on a date? If you go to Wrigleyville now, like, yes, I get it. This movie was made in 2001, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, people did go to Sluggers. Now, if you walk around Wrigley, nobody's going to Sluggers. Nobody. Like, it's the dope bar in the entire Wrigleyville area.
Jake probably goes to Sluggers.
You think?
Splits a couple G's. Yeah, has a couple Guinness and then goes to the batting cages. That's something Jake would probably do. I haven't been to Sluggers, geez. And I've been to a couple Cubs games. Granted, I haven't lived in Chicago since 2020. But I've been back to Wrigley twice. I didn't even think about going into Sluggers. The other thing that I think is lost on a lot of the youth, like these younger gamblers now that are in their early 20s, late 20s. Remember when he has the initial debt to the first bookie. Then the second bookie is actually his dad's account. His dad's dead. And he makes a bet on his dead dad's account. So he's down to 2 different bookies. And then when they go meet Fink, the big bookie, to lay the big bet, remember when he goes to meet him and Fink says, "Your number's 27. What's your password?" I remember vividly having to call a number back in the day and say, "This is 113 SP," or call the guy who had the voicemail or the pager system, and you have to text your number and text the bet, or say, "SP 202, give me the Mets tonight, plus 110. Like, these kids have it so easy these days. They can just log into the phone, not have to deal with anybody. And then you don't have a guy like the barber's son come over to your apartment with a baseball bat like they did in the movie.
First time you watched it, I don't want to give away what happens, but it's hilarious when he's trying to get out of this. He bets a lot of money on a random NBA regular season game. And it's the Bulls and the Heat. and he's on one side, and then he ends up on the other side. I'm like, oh, we've all been there. He's down bad. He picked this. This is a game. He's going to get even. And during the call to place the wager, he totally flipped.
Yeah, 27. Cucumbas. Give me Miami. I'm going to lay the points. No, wait. I'll take Chicago in the points. He waffles on himself for the biggest bet of his entire life. And, of course, he hits the bet in dramatic fashion. Again, not going to spoil that, how he hits the bet. But I thought it was a really, really funny movie in a lot of ways. And it paints a picture of how bad things could get back in the day when you didn't have BetMGM and these legal books. I mean, you had to go through some shady individuals. And if you didn't pay, they came to see you. No doubt about it. I saw that movie, though, for the first time. Yeah, exactly. I saw that movie for the first time. I was 12. I saw it when I was playing Little League. And I view it much differently now than I did back then. When I was a kid, it was about Little League. Watching it at 36, it's about gambling.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I could probably watch that with my son. I mean, I love it when some parents wouldn't love it. I loved it when the kids swore. Like when G-Baby goes off on that other coach, like, yes, let's go. I don't know why that cracked me up so much.
You remember when Keanu Reeves says, "Can we stop with the bitches? Can we stop? Can we stop saying that word?" Oh, by the way, Brian Gertch, if you're watching on X or YouTube or Twitch, spoiled the biggest part of the movie on the screen if you're watching live.
Yes. Sorry about it.
I said, I'm not gonna,
we avoided it.
Ruin
we avoided it.
Whatever.
Also, and I just looked it up, strong soundtrack. Pretty good, man.
Storm is over. Storm is over now.
Can't believe you're right about this movie. It wasn't bad. I was hating it for half of it, and then I'm like, all right, I see where he's coming from with this one. All right, coming up next, Joe O, Sammy P. We'll play a little game. Chris Felica will join us next hour as well on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. We will play some GTFO or Oh Yeah coming up in a few minutes. Chris Felica will join us. And I love his piece. He gave out some win total plays or some season-long bets that he likes going into the season for Fox Sports, where you write for, Sam. And I was waiting for your story of the week. I don't see it yet. The last one is the hot dog story. Pins and needles. Is that together? Did you figure out what you're going to do?
I already submitted my story yesterday, but as you know, Bear is higher on the food chain than me. So if Bear and I both send our stories around the same time on the same day, Bears goes up first, which I understand. My only issue is the gist of my story. I wrote about 600 words or so. And 450 words are basically pump the brakes on Illinois. I told Bear, though. I told Bear about some of the issues I had with the story, and maybe we'll get into it when we have him on in 20 minutes. When I heard Joel clap for the first time, it was on this show. And you had the crew play the audio. And when I heard him say the most likely team to make the playoffs for the first time is Illinois, I went, ah! So that's
the entire country.
How I feel. That's how I feel. But as somebody conditioned to know better, I do. And as I write in the story, which hopefully is up later today and I can share it on X and you can read it on your day off tomorrow or on our vacation next week, I basically lay out that I've gone to a lot of bad Illinois games over the years and watched a lot of bad Illinois football. And to expect them to improve on a 9-win regular season is a very tall task. It's easy for a team to come out of nowhere, right? Come out of nowhere, win 9 games, win the bowl game. It's not easy to sustain that. Ohio State can do it. Alabama can do it. Georgia can do it. Clemson can do it. Illinois has not proven in the last 40 years that it can sustain back-to-back double-digit win seasons. And that's the truth. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. So we'll talk about it with Bear, hopefully.
Yeah, we will. We will. Also, getting some response to our review of Hardball. Mike Moreau, who watches the show each and every day, sent a link to the guy who Hardball is based off of, the movie. And based on this picture, I'm trusting Mike on this. Not what I envisioned. Not what I envisioned as the guy that was the gambler and the drunk and turned things around for the team, but he did.
we also didn't bring this up during the segment. We talked about hardball during the break. And the one thing that we didn't bring up during the segment was that coach from the other team, the Buwas, not only is he a prick, but he wears the full team uniform.
Dusty Baker.
He's got the jersey and the pants on. And Keanu Reeves is wearing raggedy jeans, a t-shirt, and a leather jacket. And he looks like he owes somebody money.
Awesome.
The other coach has the full uniform on, which is just such a loser move. If you're a grown man, don't wear a Little League uniform. Don't do it.
I've seen it, man.
I bet you have.
Seen it with the baseball pants too. So it's
Spikes?
like, I guess. Yes, actually, cleats. 100%. I swear to God. These people are clowns. Reliving their youth through their children. That's exactly what you end up seeing a whole lot of until they rebel and they push back. I see a Tribune review from 2001. Cabrini Green-based hardball offers little to cheer about. Terrible review. It's awful. Come on, Mark Caro.
What did Roger Ebert give hardball? I should know this. He gave it 2.5 stars.
Outrageous. Come on now.
Hardball tells the story of a compulsive gambler whose life is turned around by a season of coaching an inner city baseball team. That sounds like a winning formula for a movie, and it might be if the story told more about gambling, more about the inner city.
What? He wanted more gambling?
He wanted more gambling and more coaching baseball.
Well, isn't that what the whole thing was? He didn't like the love interest. That's what that was, right?
The love interest was pretty wild. The opening scene, though, before they get to the bar where we get to meet Keanu Reeves for the first time in action as a gambler, he's at the church. And the priest comes out and says, "Are you looking for faith or forgiveness?" And the camera cuts to Keanu Reeves, who says, "I'm looking for the Bulls to cover the spread." And that's how it starts. That's the beginning of the movie.
So we're giving the whole thing away, but I also loved when he took the kids out for pizza. And then he's like, "How am I going to pay for all this?" It was 40 some bucks, which now it's basically pizza for a couple of people, 40 some bucks. But he goes to pay. They're hawking Blackhawks tickets, right? Him and his buddy all the time. And they offered the two black guys running the pizza joint, Blackhawks tickets. Like, no, ain't happening. We're not going to hockey.
It's a very well-written dialogue movie. I appreciate it. I still do.
No doubt. Go for the ace on your next Wimbledon bet. Use this odds boost token at BetMGM to score a bigger payout if your bet wins. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Going to play some GTFO or Oh Yeah. Is Amir coming in? I forgot to ask him during the break if Amir was doing this or we're going to end up giving the topics.
I would love Amir to guide this ship here because I, believe it or not, have never played this game. So if Amir wants to hop in, I would welcome it with open arms.
Okay.
Yep, I'm ready.
All right, we got imaging for it too. All right, go ahead, man.
It's now time for GTFO or Oh Yeah.
Take it away,
so
Amir.
I have a couple questions for us. We're gonna run through these 5 just based on some of the things we've talked about on the show today. Number 1, Michael Penix Jr. will lead the NFC South in passing yards this upcoming season. We talked about Tristan Wirfs and what that means. Baker Mayfield having a historic year. GTFO or Oh Yeah.
Oh yeah.
NFC South. You're thinking Baker. You're thinking Bryce Young. Whatever the Saints. Oh yeah, Sam. No, it's happening with Penix. You've talked a lot about what you think the ceiling can be for him.
look at the weapons. You got Darnell Mooney, Drake London, Ray McLeod at receiver. I know that's maybe not as top-heavy as Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, but Penix, I think, has a better deep ball. Accuracy is a concern, but he played in a handful of games last year, and I'm sure they've worked on it all offseason. That's his next step. I think he's going to have more home run plays than Baker Mayfield. But in order to have more yards than Baker, he's going to have to hit those 5 and 7 yard throws, and he's going to have to be consistent at it. You got Kyle Pitts. Can he finally do anything at tight end? People forget Kyle Pitts was the 4th pick in the NFL draft. 4th. And has really underachieved. But when he's in the shotgun, and they're going to do a lot of shotgun, I believe, with Penix. Basically, catch it, turn, and throw. Don't need this 3-step, 5-step drop. Get in the shotgun. Mooney, London, McLeod, Pitts, and then you got Bijan Robinson to catch passes out of the backfield. And he's a miss away or a block away from going to the house on any play. I think if he can be accurate, he could definitely be the leading passer in that division.
I like it. We're both in agreement. We're oh-yang on Penix to lead the NFC South in passing yards. What else you have, Amir?
All right, going down the list. As we talked about the offseason report cards, the Rams had the highest grade with an A. How about a team other than the Rams or 49ers will win the NFC West this season? GTFO or oh yeah?
Seattle, Arizona. I know you like Arizona. Just for myself, I'm going to say GTFO. I don't want to buy 100% in San Francisco. I understand why they're the favorite, even though they were in last place last year with the schedule, people returning from injuries. You bring in Salah. Like we've gone over it a million times, but I actually like the Rams. Because the Rams are part of this question, I can't go elsewhere. This could be the last stand here for Stafford. And I think it's going to come down to one of these two teams. If I'm picking one, I would probably pick the Rams to win the division. But you're taking both away from me, and I'm left with Seattle, Arizona. I can't go there.
Could get behind the over on wins. Could get behind Marvin Harrison over the receiving total, over the touchdown total. Maybe a pizza money bet on him to lead the league in receiving yards. But in terms of winning the division, GTFO. It's going to be Niners or Rams.
All right, moving on down to number 3. We talked about the Orlando Magic with Nick. We talked about win totals. Orlando Magic will finish either first or second in the Eastern Conference at the end of the regular season. You know, obviously the Celtics dealing with injuries right now, Cavs and Knicks. Will they jump one of those teams and finish top 2 in the Eastern Conference? GTFO or oh yeah?
We're coming
GTFO.
off. Really? GTFO. Okay.
Yeah.
Go
All
ahead.
right, I cut you off. No. They're not winning. They're not winning 55 games this year. That's what it'll take.
So we're talking regular season, right, Amir?
Yes, just regular season.
First or second seed? Because I was thinking about this. We're coming off the season when everybody agreed all season long, well, it's going to be Cleveland and Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's going to be Cleveland and Boston. That's what it was in the regular season, and then completely flipped. Neither of them end up making it in the very end there. So I was thinking about that angle, but yeah, let's show me. Everybody just decided this is a team that's going to collect all the wins that are available, and Boston's going to slide down. Indiana's going to slide down. New York probably slides up, and then you also have Cleveland there. They were the one last year. But is it going to be Orlando? I'm going to fade that. GTFO. We're on the same page so far, Sam. And I'm with Nick. Like, why? 11 more wins? Yeah, they can make a jump, but that's a pretty big leap there.
Okay, moving on down. We talked a little bit about the Devin Booker extension. A lot of big extensions going on with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren. GTFO or oh yeah for an NBA player signing a contract worth more than $85 million annually before the 2030-2031 season. GTFO or oh yeah?
Oh yeah, we're getting there, and it's Booker. You think no team is going to beat the Booker number, of course that's going to get beat. So 85 million over the next 5 years. Yeah, I could see it. I think we will certainly get there in the NBA.
What is Shea's contract? He just got a 4-year, $285 million deal. So he's in that 70 range as well. I mean, I feel like this is a low number because we have several years to go. By 2030, we already got guys making 70 million and 25.
Yep.
I wonder, here's a better question. Who's going to be the first $80 million player? That's the better question. And I have a name for you in mind.
You're going to say Cooper Flag.
No, Anthony Edwards.
Okay. All right. That's not a bad one. Yeah, you look AAV, so Shea's the highest, Booker second, Tatum third, Embiid fourth. And so, yeah, Anthony Edwards, that makes sense. He cannot leave. It just can't happen. What do you think Jokic is going to get?
Au contraire, somebody might offer him that to get him out of Minnesota.
Yeah, true.
What
true.
if?
But it's going to happen.
LeBron retires, and then the Lakers say, "Hey, let's pair Luka and Ant. Let's give him whatever he wants. Let's give him a key to the city and $80 million."
Mm-hmm.
He'll go.
Yep.
He'll leave Minnesota. He's a Georgia boy. You think he likes being up there in the winter in Minnesota? No way.
Yep. All right, one more. Quickly?
Do we have room for this last one?
Yeah,
yep,
we'll
go for it.
Okay. Major League Baseball will be using robo umpires for the challenge system at the All-Star game this year. How about Major League Baseball using robo umpires in actual regular season games and or playoffs by 2026? GTFO or oh yeah?
GTFO. They are so slow to change. Sam?
I hope not. So I'll say GTFO. I hope it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, the umpires aren't that far off. Like, they are on them about their strike zones on a regular basis now. The Bear, Chris Felica, drops by. Talk college football right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out on this Thursday morning. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, a few of our favorite guests throughout the day. We checked in with Nick Friedel, also Shay and Irving, of course, and now we bring in Chris Felica, the Bear, from Fox Sports. Check his work out at foxsports.com. His latest column on some college football futures that we are going to discuss. Follow him on X by his name at Chris Felica. What's going on, Chris? How are you?
Oh, well, I'm doing well now that Amanda Anisimova has worked her way into the Wimbledon final on the ladies' side. So that is a good result for your boy here. So we'll see if we can get one more win out of her at a nice number. But yeah, we're doing well. It's starting to really dive into college football now, which obviously is awesome.
I love this. Your first bet on this Fox Sports story, Illinois to win the national championship. Take us through it.
Oh, yeah, clearly it's a team that after winning 10 games last year in the fashion that they did, definitely on the improve in the big. I'm kidding. You know that if you read the story, you can get a couple of different numbers out there. I saw in Illinois under 7.5 at plus money, and I also saw in Illinois under 8.5 at -150. And I don't mind paying the tax on an additional win just because I think when you're only dealing with 12 regular season games, I think it's worth it when you have some non-conference games as well. But again, I understand everyone's kind of looking for that next sleeper team like Indiana or SMU or whomever to get into the college football playoff, but I just don't know if I can get there with the Illini or not. You look at their schedule from a year ago. You're talking about that Kansas turnover implosion early in the year, overtime win against Nebraska, overtime win against a dreadful Purdue game, which I nearly lost my house on because of a money line parlay there with Illinois against that dreadful Purdue team with the backup quarterback, and then the miracle win against Rutgers at the end of the year. So they were that close to 5-7 last year, and now you lose both Zachary Franklin and Pat Bryant. The defensive line is rebuilt. Your running backs really haven't been able to stay healthy. Like 9 wins is going to be a major accomplishment against a schedule which features a tricky game right off the bat there, Sammy, at Duke.
I understand. You're right about the Indiana factor. That's what people are going to be looking at. Whether it's the Big Ten or somebody else, okay, who's it going to be this year? Is it going to be this team? Well, staying in that conference, if you're going elsewhere, I'm sure we'll hear, negative regression for Indiana. Maybe that ends up being the case. Do you see it turning around in a positive sense? You're not saying it's Illinois. Is there another team that you're taking a look at, expecting a jump out of in that conference?
A jump per se, no. I guess the obvious answer would be Michigan. If you're looking for a team that didn't have a great regular season last year and struggled, it appears they obviously signing Bryce Underwood, the number 1 quarterback in the country. Whether he's the guy out of the gate remains to be seen. They got that game earlier in the year against Oklahoma, which is big, and then they have Ohio State at home this year, who obviously psychologically they have the edge. So, I mean, it's kind of a cheap answer to say Michigan just because of the record that they had in the regular season. But in terms of like looking at the Wisconsins, the Michigan States, the Minnesotas, teams like that, I really don't see one really jumping through the roof there to get into that next stratosphere of teams.
We discussed Carson Beck a couple times this week. There's a 37-1 on him to win the Heisman. And I remember on Bear Bets last year, you and I and Jeff and Will were laughing at Carson Beck and Quinn Ewers being co-favorites.
Yep.
Co-favorites.
Co-favorites.
And that continued a run of favorites or co-favorites bottoming out. Now he's 37-1 though. And I don't need to tell you, no pun intended, I don't need to tell you that system just made Cam Ward the number 1 pick. Mario also had Justin Herbert at Oregon, number 6 pick. Are we silly for not thinking about Carson Beck at 25-1 or higher? I mean, there's a 37-1 at the Blue Book.
Yeah, I actually feel bad that I bet him at 25-1 already, knowing that there's a 37-1 out there. Look, this is a guy that you said last year we were talking about this guy as a Heisman front runner, and we weren't necessarily there with it just because you lose Bowers, you lose McConkey, and everything. I think people are forgetting about how good Carson Beck was in 2023. I mean, leading Georgia to the national title, talking about him being number one pick, maybe top 5 pick, winds up coming back. And now, in addition to what you just said about Mario and the Shannon Dawson offense there, what they did for Cam Ward, you look at what they did in the offseason in the portal. They are going to have one of the best offensive lines in the country. They have a deep running back room. I think they feel pretty good at receiver with JoJo Trader and Elijah Lofton. They got some other guys that they brought. They transferred from BYU, who I think they were pretty high on, bit them in the slot and run a lot of quick screens. Lofton is that kind of like Bowers type weapon. I think could be a big thing. And I wrote up in the column yesterday on FoxSports.com Miami to make the playoff at plus 200 is certainly a bet for me. You're looking at a team that you have 2 non-conference games against Florida and Notre Dame, which are potentially massive wins. You got a very manageable ACC schedule. Like the path for them to get to the playoff is win both of those non-conference games. Maybe you don't even make the ACC title game. You lose on a tiebreak. You're sitting there 10-2. You're probably in. You go to the ACC title game and beat one of those teams and you lose, you're probably still in. Or you win the ACC. Like I think there are a lot of avenues to the college football playoff this year for Mario and the Canes, and I think this is finally the year that they get there. But yeah, Carson Beck, with how good he was in 2023, losing McConkey, losing Bowers, offensive line injuries, running back injuries, he was hurt, drops all over the place by inexperienced wide receivers. Absolutely a bet at 37-1.
Check out the Bear Bets podcast. Got Chris Felica here on Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. Well, what about the favorite in the ACC? Talking about Clemson, we just mentioned the Heisman. Klubnik, he's a top 3 favorite at most books for that award. Sam has made his case why he does like Clemson. He's in the positive sense going into the season. You're high on Miami, so what does it mean for the Tigers?
I am not as high on most people on Clemson. I think myself and Bill Connolly and I think a couple of others out there but might not be as high on the Tigers. I think you look at what they did last year, and I know you won the ACC, so it's hard to say, like, what did they really do? But you go down the slate. You were non-competitive in a game against Georgia, an SEC team in the opener. You lost at home to South Carolina. You were blown out at home against Louisville. You allowed like 7 yards of play in that game. You completely stole a game against Pitt, which you had no business winning. I think the ACC title game against SMU was basically SMU giving you 14 points on a platter out of the gate with turnovers. So I think there are a lot of things with where they were last year in turnover margin, with the games that they won and lost. I think because they were a little bit more competitive against Texas in the college football playoff game, I think people are a little bit higher on them than usual. Yeah, they have a lot of production back, but you dig inside the numbers. At times, that defense gave up a lot of yards per play. It wasn't like they really ran the ball very well with Maffa. Obviously, they got a freshman coming in who they think is a bit more of a difference maker. So we'll see. You look at the schedule. They got the SEC opener against LSU this year. You go to South Carolina. You go to Louisville. Georgia Tech is never any fun to play. BC with Bill O'Brien should be better this year. SMU is going to be a tricky game. Like I see a lot of pitfalls potentially on that schedule for SMU, certainly at the price that they're currently at. I can't get behind them. And they could very easily wind up finishing 9-3 again and wind up making the ACC title game and winning it.
Smell a side bet on Clemson. Bear bets coming soon on Clemson. I smell it. I'm ready for it.
Well, you already gave me your mom's barbecue sauce recipe, so I mean maybe it can involve me one of us making a dish with that.
Okay, that's no problem. When you get up to Mass, buddy, you know you got it good. You know that.
That's...
I was going to tee you up and say there's a team you like in Conference USA, and then I went, no, wait a minute, they're in the American. Oh no, wait a minute, they're in the Big 12 now. Who is your team in the Big 12 that you like?
Yeah, I like Houston quite a bit here. I mean, I think we've talked about in the past how much we respect Willie Fritz and the job that he's done, Tulane, wherever else he's been. And last year, this Houston offense was dreadful. They were shut out a couple of times. I think there were 3 other games where they had under 10 points. And what they do, they went out in the portal. They brought in a tight end who was at Wisconsin. You brought in some wide receivers. You brought in Connor Wegman. This offense should be significantly better than it was a year ago. Remember, this is still a team that went to Oklahoma last year and nearly won. They lost by 4 points. Like, they were in the game with OU. I know the Sooners didn't necessarily have the best year possible, but to go to Norman with a completely new team and nearly win is a big deal. Like, this is a league where you're going to have that high variance. Last year, a team that was picked last in the league wound up winning. I mean, I think this could be a very volatile league again, and I think we could see another very big, major turnaround from a team that last year was at the bottom. And I think with Wegman and that offense, you look at some of the schedules that they have, the opponents rather that they have, they play the teams that are supposed to be the worst in the league. Oklahoma State, Arizona, West Virginia, UCF, so to be able to pick up wins there. And you look at the schedule, like, there's a very good possibility they're going to be 4-0 when they host Texas Tech early in the year. That would be a very surprise, massive game. So, yeah, Houston over 6.5 at plus 120 is the price that I got out there. I'm pretty bullish on the Cougs this year.
You touched on it a little bit there on this conference, and just how volatile it's probably going to be. I don't know if you're saying that they could potentially win the conference, but I'm looking at the top in best price. You've got 5 teams that are 6 or 7 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
5 teams. They're saying we don't know who the favorite is. And then you've got teams like Colorado won 9 games. They're obviously going to take a step back, missing their best players. They don't know who the quarterback's going to be. That's what Dion was saying yesterday. Of the other teams, is there someone you like, or you're just going to sit back and watch?
I'm probably going to sit back and watch. I'm on the I took Texas Tech under 8.5 as well. I think, again, they're another team that is really popular and to win that league, and I love what they've done in the portal. I love McGuire and the excitement that they brought to that school and that campus and that program. But you're looking at a team that last year I think went 7-1 in one-score games, or 6-1 in one-score games, and all of their road games this year are against the teams in the conference that are in that glut of teams that are expected to compete. So I see a lot of potential roadblocks. The road schedule is about as difficult as it could be for a Big 12 team. Texas Tech could be one of those teams like we're looking at the end of the year saying, how are they only 8-4? They're really good. Like, they're maybe better than, they're going to be the team like an LSU was or Ole Miss was last year. Like, they're better than their record says they were, just because the schedule didn't necessarily work out.
This is a betting show first and foremost, but Bear, this is also a culture show. There are groups of friends every year that make trips to go to certain schools and campuses, and nobody is more well-traveled than you. Give us some campuses or some colleges that you always look forward to going to, and you would advise other people to maybe do the same.
LSU is certainly number one on the list. The food, the drink, the people, the atmosphere, a nice 80-something degree day with 180% humidity, Tiger Stadium at night. I mean, nothing really beats the build-up to an LSU football game. It's just an unbelievable trip, and you will never, ever regret going to Baton Rouge to go tailgate with the LSU fans, eat with the LSU fans, drink with the LSU fans, and spend a day and watch LSU at Tiger Stadium. That is clearly number one on the list. And then the other one, which I think it goes a little bit underrated, maybe a little bit underrated just because of white uniforms, whatever. Penn State. Penn State is a great place to go tailgate and watch a game. They got one of the best stadium excitement and ops programs in the country with the way they rally around that team. Again, another very passionate fan base, a little bit difficult to get to, in terms of flying in there can be a little tough. And if you're in the Northeast, you're probably just better off driving. But Penn State is another place on game day that is absolutely electric, and those people love the Nittany Lions. So yeah, I'd say LSU, Penn State, and then the real tricky one. And this is not Jeff Schwartz underneath the desk right now, banging my ankles and banging my legs. It convinced me to say it is Oregon. It is a pain in the you-know-what to get out there. But when you're out there, Eugene, the scenery, a couple of really good Italian places called BetMGM's out there that I'm sure Jeff has been to many times. I sure have. Austin is a really cool, unique stadium. You're right on top of the field. The stadium's was kind of like originally built in like the side of this like mountain hill area, and now what they've done, obviously, with the Phil Knight Nike money, building that program up. The campus is immaculate. The team is good, and again, you're talking about maybe not the biggest stadium in the world, but they are loud, they are excitable, they are rambunctious, and they get after it as well. So yeah, I would say Oregon, and then their rival in the Pacific Northwest, Washington, is another place with that stadium right on Lake Washington. The way it kind of shakes with the noise. Seattle, another great food town as well. So yeah, don't forget the PNW when it comes to college football.
Awesome, Rex. From Chris Felica, Bear Bets Podcast, foxsports.com. Chris, enjoy the rest of your summer. Good luck with your Wimbledon bet as well. And we'll talk again soon, all right?
Thank you. Absolutely, guys. Be well. Talk soon.
Lightning bets on the other side. It's Joe O. It's Sammy P. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Good question by you to Chris Felica, because there are not many other people you'd rather hear the opinion of. Okay, road trip, college football, where do I have to go? He gave a couple of Big Ten options, but number one on the list right away, he went to LSU. There was no doubt about it. Probably a question that he's been asked before. Yeah, bucket list for sure. It's something I've talked about way too long. It's hard with our schedule because it's very difficult to travel during football season, and you would want a whole weekend because, like, we have Sunday morning shows too. You would want a whole weekend to enjoy the full experience. But, man, I've always wanted to go to an SEC tailgate, and it still hasn't happened. That's got to be rectified.
LSU this year at home plays Florida, South Carolina, Texas A&M, Arkansas. I would be down next year making this work where we go to LSU Bama next season, because I'm assuming they're going to play at Baton Rouge next year. That would be a game that you could sign me up for. But it's, as you said, you have to be on the air at, 8 o'clock in the morning on Sunday.
It's not funny.
It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun.
Well, we'll see. We'll see about this year.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at their future schedules. You would think the Bama one's going to happen. Your boys are going there. Clemson, LSU next year, though. I don't know if you'd be interested.
I'm going to make a couple trips this year, but then I have to do the show Sunday from the hotel and then fly back Sunday during NFL to then be back Monday morning. It's never fun.
Fire you? Like, what if you missed one?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because I am officiating a wedding later this year. I'll tell you exactly when it is. It's the first weekend in October, and it's a Sunday wedding. And I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm so sick and I never miss work. Should I officiate? Should I do the show and then officiate the wedding? And then I'm thinking to myself, no, you shouldn't. You should just call that day off. But I'm stupid.
Yes. No, you're allowed that day off. Where's the wedding? And is it the person that sends you all the Instagram reels?
No, it's not. It's not him. He knows who he is. And he sent me 2 more during the show.
Now it's a thing. So now he heard you say that, and now it's going to keep going. Huh? You think he heard it or no? He just happened.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint who he is. Boom! That's who it is.
Oh,
the punt guy.
Yeah.
Boom!
I would have never known, even if I saw his name when he showed me the phone. I don't know his real name.
It's a lot. It's a lot of Instagram messages that go unanswered. I also, since we're talking about college football, and I honestly love this more than I would ever admit. Talking about college football in the middle of July. We didn't even do a baseball segment today, but I do have a baseball bet. How about the first 3 games for Fox Big Noon Kickoff this year? They go to Columbus week 1 for Texas, Ohio State. Week 2, they go to the Cyhawk. It's in Ames, Iowa. Iowa State. And then week 3, Oregon rolls into Northwestern to take a piece out of the meow. Northwestern will host Big Noon Kickoff. Yep, week 3.
Why?
I don't know.
Who wants that? Oh, there was a backdoor deal made there a long time ago. Somebody's paying off a debt, like my guy in Hardball. Come on. Why are we going to Evanston? Oh, that's rough. That's rough.
If it was Fitz, if Fitz was still there, they wouldn't cut the grass for a month with Oregon coming in.
Oh,
that's what they used to do.
True.
You remember that before they went turf? They had the grass, and then Ohio State would come in. Say Ohio State was playing Northwestern late October, Fitz would be like, we're not cutting the grass for a month. And then Ohio State would show up with all their speed, and they couldn't – the grass would eat everybody alive. Can't do that anymore on the turf. But, yeah, Northwestern would always need to find those extra advantages.
And you know where game day is going to be week 1. Texas, Ohio State. You're going to just bet the loser to win the title, right? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. I think it's a good idea.
But either side. Yeah.
Yeah, whoever loses. I do think Ohio State's going to win. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if Texas won. It's a 3-point spread. If Texas were to lose, though, I think the perfect scenario is Ohio State winning by a couple scores. Then we hear the knives coming at Arch. He's overrated. He ain't going to cut it. And then Texas goes out to about 8-9-1, and then you bet them then. That would be the perfect scenario for me.
I'm thinking about your Lightning bets because you just alluded to it that you do have a baseball bet. I'm wondering, is he going back to the Nationals? Are you?
No, I'm not. I can give you my Lightning bet, though. Let's try and stay hot, buddy. This would be the exclamation point on a nice run so far this week with us together because you're off tomorrow. I'm going to go 9:57 Seattle with Brian Wu. Mariners are in the Bronx against the Yankees, and BetMGM is giving me a big number there. There are several books where I can just go -110. BetMGM has -118. So I'm going to lay the cheaper number. Give me Wu and Seattle at -110. Flip a coin. I'm going against that Yankee team.
Okay. Not bad. Good look there. Wu's a guy that you can certainly trust. I like that Seattle team overall. We'll see what they do at the deadline. All right, I'm going to go with a sizable underdog. It looks like the market is agreeing with me. We're back to the opener, but a couple hours ago, Cincinnati was -190. Now we're down to -170 at BetMGM. Pinnacle -159. Give me the Marlins, as gross as that is. You can find a +148 out there. So, yeah, let's go with the Marlins. Look, the Reds offense is really struggling. Over the last few weeks, we're talking they're a bottom 3 offense. And Miami has been middle of the road. And I just look at this Cincinnati team at a price of now -170. It was almost $2 before. I'm not buying it, especially since they aren't scoring runs right now. So I'm going to back the Marlins. I'll take them as a big underdog. It is a shortened card, about half the teams in action. They don't really love anything else, man. There's not much that jumps out until we get to those Friday games.
You're going to laugh at this, and then I want to get to Amir. Amir has a bet in tennis he wants to give. Keith Smith, who comes on our show from time to time, NBA writer, he made a tweet saying, quote, "I've gotten 4 emails today with lines and odds on Summer League games. If you're gambling on Summer League, you have a problem and need to seek help." I sent that to Vegas Rick. Vegas Rick is not happy with Keith Smith. He said, "Let me get Keith Smith in a room one-on-one." I said, "Chill out." And he said, "In all seriousness, we make more money on Summer League than we do on almost any other sport in a very short period of time."
Really?
And if you watch those Summer League games, you'll see a team +7 close +3. You'll see a total move 8 points. The wise guys destroy Summer League. Now, if you're gambling parlays on Summer League, yes, seek help. But professionals bet a lot of Summer League. So always understand that the professionals are going to bet the things that the mass media calls you a degenerate for.
Prepare for these tweets next month in August during NFL preseason, because the Sharps, many of them kill the NFL preseason, and people say you're a degenerate if you're betting it. Same thing, MLB exhibition, same thing in March. Like, oh, what are you doing? Something's wrong with you. No, they're betting it because they win. They're betting it because they have an edge. It's not because they need to scratch that itch. And I've got to bet on something, so I'm going to bet on the Summer League. I'm going to bet on NFL preseason. No, because they win.
Oklahoma City in today's game against Brooklyn. It's a 5:30 tip on the East Coast. OKC open -4.5. The game is now a pick'em or Brooklyn -1. You think that's degenerates moving that thing 5 points? Nope, it's not.
Yep. All right. Good stuff. Amir's got his lightning bet for today. What are you thinking, Amir?
Okay, so I was on that women's draw Wimbledon bet, the same one our last guest had. But for tomorrow, I have Novak Djokovic to beat Yannick Sinner. Sinner is the head-to-head leader, 5-4. But Djokovic, most majors ever. He's plus 170 on the money line BetMGM, and he's 2-0, a perfect undefeated against Sinner, both at Wimbledon on grass. So that is my bet, and that one will start 8:30 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. So right before the show tomorrow, if you guys want to get in on that.
Let's go.
There you go. There you go. You ever bet tennis? That's one thing I haven't gotten into. I know a lot of people that are really good at it, pretty sharp at it. I haven't gotten into it before. The Bear, Chris Fleeka, we just talked to him. He's hoping his bet comes through.
I don't do it myself, but if I have somebody that I respect give me a bet, I'll bet it. And you bet your ass I'm taking that bet from Amir tomorrow morning.
What's the next movie we're going to review on the show? That was fun.
Well, I picked the first one, so you should pick the second one.
Does it have to be sports related?
It doesn't have to. I just thought that was the perfect mix of sports and gambling. For this show, that was a good place to start. Hardball.
Yeah, it was. And I was pleasantly surprised by it. All right, so you're here tomorrow with Kate Constable. And then just so everybody's aware, next week for MLB All-Star Week, we're going to be out. That's just, there's not a lot going on. So it's a good week to start to get ready. We've been doing a lot of college football, and once we return, Sammy, I know we're going to be full throttle because the people have said they want to hear more college football, and we'll be hitting that for sure.
I will be spending a lot of next week, my vacation week, putting together college football power ratings, and we will hit that hot and heavy end of the month.
Yep, no doubt about it. Looking forward to all of that. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Be here tomorrow. Sam and Kate here, 9 a.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.